never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 this morning. The U.S. Geological Survey said that the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in L.A. County. Fortunately, there have been no reports of damage or injuries. Initially reported as a 4.3 magnitude quake, it was later adjusted to 3.9. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant magnitude 7.5 earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. Residents in certain regions of west-central Japan have been taking refuge on elevated terrain as the recent earthquake induced minor tsunamis. Various locations have reported damage, and local hospitals are actively providing treatment to the injured. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism, stating that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the United States is in a better position than any country in the world to lead the world. The conflict between Israel and Hamas continuing in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli Air Force spokesman has indicated that the military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains firm in his rejecting any calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. A fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man. The victim was retrieved from the waters off Maui at about 11 a.m. local time Saturday and taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
President Biden has reportedly been briefed on the recent clash in the Red Sea between U.S. Navy forces and attacking Houthi rebels.
In the encounter, the Pentagon says U.S. helicopters sunk 3 attack boats with armed pirates on board. The helicopters had been launched from the USS Eisenhower and USS Gravely after they came under fire while responding to a distress call from a container ship early Sunday. There were no U.S. casualties. Houthi rebels inside Yemen have been ramping up attacks on international shipping for weeks now, in response to the war between Israel and Hamas. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Another American youngster has taken an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Loss was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. The box office numbers are out for the New Year's weekend, and the 2 movies from last week have traded places on the list. Wonka came in first, taking in $24 million, and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom came in second with $19.5 million. Migration held the 3rd spot, and The Color Purple came in 4th. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has a new side hustle, sort of. The actor and wrestler is now a partner, along with other XFL owners, in the United Football League. The XFL has merged with the USFL, and they plan to announce the teams and cities that they will be in at a later date. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Hi there. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. If you are listening to the sound of my voice at this moment, hey, we made it into a new year. 24 hours and a few minutes into the new year. And here we go. First live program for 2024. Yes, indeed. Happy New Year. Well, a lot has transpired since we last spoke. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Enjoyed a few days with friends and family. Stayed safe. So here we go. Back to the old grind, as they say. So without further ado, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios as the new year is underway. Anybody enjoy a little football action over the week-long bowl period? Looks like we're down to the fourth quarter, final quarter in a big game. As earlier in the evening, it was Michigan facing Alabama. Roll Tide. Nope, not to be. 27-20. Michigan Wolverines move on to the championship game. We're now awaiting what the final outcome will be with Washington versus Texas. And right now, the Longhorns have their work cut out for them. Right about 8 minutes left in that fourth quarter. Currently, Washington leads 34-21. All right, there you go. We'll keep our eyes on that. Now, do we have a new millionaire to start the new year? They were awaiting the official results from the Powerball drawing, which, what had that grown to? I believe we were up to $810 million. And somebody out there, yes, somebody out there is indeed a big winner. As just kind of refreshed things here. The jackpot for Wednesday night bumps down to $20 million. Just a measly $20 million. But surprise, surprise, the big jackpot was not a California winner. Someone in the state of Michigan. Winning ticket. Michigan, check your numbers. Again, that's $810 million, I believe, was the number that they pulled just over an hour ago. There were a couple of other $1 million winners. The power play was 3 times this past evening. So if you matched all 5 numbers, but not the Powerball, which the Powerball number was 1, got a couple of $2 million winners. One sold in the state of Florida, the other in Texas. $1 million winners. Got a winner of $1 million, California, Connecticut, another in Florida, and one in the state of Maryland. Horse feathers, check your ticket. Hey, Mike, right? As we start the new year off, so good luck to you. So what do we have going on? Hey, a lot, as I said, a lot has changed. It was a pretty rough traveler's weather for some folks, not only over the Christmas weekend, but another storm system over the New Year's weekend. But as we roll into, well, it's a Tuesday, not a Monday. Feels like a Monday, Tuesday morning, 22nd day of January 2 of 24. It's a great night for moving freight. I would presume there's not a whole lot of freight moving out there. We roll into the new year, the month of January, things really get kind of slow. A little dip in the transportation, typical for this time of year. But what do we have on tap as we kick things off here for the new year? We'll rehash the biggest industry headlines of 2023, some of the prognostications. How will the industry fare here in a new year? That and so much more. Well, we start things off, as I mentioned, with the look at our travelers' weather. Enjoy a few nights maybe or a few days for some, especially along the East Coast. A few days of rather tranquil weather. But lo and behold, as the new year gets underway, forecasters are telling us early on here, plenty of advance warning about a potential big snowmaker late this week and into the upcoming weekend. AccuWeather say that this storm is poised to sweep across the southern tier of the country about midweek. Now, it's, again, already rolling into Tuesday morning. And that's going to be the beginning of an active pattern, bringing waves of rain, thunderstorms to the region every few days for the first half of January here. The long-range forecasting team have been talking about for weeks how storms would likely take a more southerly track across the country here in the early parts of the new year. There is what they're describing as a high potential for a persistent southern storm track all the way into week number 3 of January, including more rain across southern Texas, along the Gulf Coast, and into the southeast. Here, the wet start of the new year kind of carrying over from the month of December for some coastal areas where the precip amounts were more than double the average over the course of December here. Now, first, a soaking storm by midweek. Some nuisance showers along the southeastern Texas and Louisiana coast as we head into Tuesday here. But the first sizable storm, and the rain train, is going to cause wet weather to blossom in central Texas later in the day, today, Tuesday, before tracking along the Gulf Coast into early Thursday. We'll be talking some steady rain coming together through the lower Mississippi River Valley, about midweek soaking New Orleans to Baton Rouge, Biloxi, Mississippi. For those headed back to work and back to school after the holidays here, you're going to need the umbrella before you head out the door. The steadiest rains expected to impact motorists along the I-10 corridor. Could see some rain reaching as far north as maybe I-20. Could see some weather-related airline delays mounting Dallas, Houston, New Orleans, even Atlanta about midweek this week. Yeah, across the south, some areas should have a 24 to 48-hour spell of dry weather between what will be this midweek storm and the next rainmaker, poised to arrive by the weekend. First weekend of the new year. Now, the potential exists for another storm to go through that same area across the south central and southeastern states Friday into next weekend. Each of these passing storms are going to bring 1 to 2 inches of rain for a lot of folks out there. Now, there's going to be a lot of stale, cool air out ahead of each of these systems that'll have kind of a negating effect as far as severe weather risks. Typically, you've got an abundance of warm, moist air is one of those ingredients needed for an outbreak of damaging thunderstorms. There's not a zero risk of severe weather, but it's more or less just going to be kind of dreary, just steady rains for many. But the team is closely monitoring the possibility of a much larger storm system, wintry weather for parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast. One such storm is eyeing the Northeast with a potential maybe a big snow and ice maker for the first weekend of the new year. So that's just several days away. But again, tonight, pretty quiet out there around the country. Enjoy those travel conditions. Who we have checking in as we get the new year underway? Well, there's Philly Dan, right out of the box, back to the old grind, he says. Good morning. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. This would be the first, Taco Tuesday of the new year. Brian says, good morning. Happy New Year, everybody. Stay safe if you're out there running tonight. Welcome back, Steve. We missed the show. I guess it's good to be missed. Good to be back in the saddle once again. Hello, Marianne, who spent her holidays in the hospital. Not a fun thing, but she's got some good news to pass on. First of all, Happy New Year, everyone. Got the sutures out last year. I'm doing good. Been walking the hallway a lot. They're telling me January 10 or 11, I'll be going home. I bet you're anxious for that. Well, Happy New Year, Marianne. Jeffrey, Happy New Year. Hope 2024 is great for you and your family. That's Jeff there in New York City. Hope you, did you get out there and watch all the madness? The ball drop, Times Square. Goodyear's Rockin' Eve, right? Christian is on board. That's the milkman, actually. Happy New Year, milkman. Copy the mail. We're moving the milk tonight. Happy New Year, Pappy. 32 degrees on this second night of the New Year. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Are we ready for 2024? Well, indeed, it's time to dial Steve up at 844-844-3388 for the start of this new year. Hope y'all had a great holiday weekend. Now back to the grind. Just a word of advice for the new year. Keep it between the spotted and the solid, right? Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? All right, Brain Dead. Happy New Year. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to me. It was a busy but memorable holiday season. Now, it won't be long till we hear those words that we've been missed, and that is play ball. We'll try to check in later this morning. Oh, yeah. How many days till Christmas? Don't start with that already. But, yeah, there you go. Happy New Year, Brain Dead. Miss Millie, morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hoping you and yours had an amazing holiday. Welcome back. You were missed. Everyone stay safe. Have a wonderful new year full of blessings. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas tonight. What do we got? 26 clear skies. Got the fire burning. Back to work on Wednesday for me. I was actually in Colorado for Christmas. An old Colorado Christmas, huh? Everybody have a good morning. Brett says, welcome back. Thank you very much. Dion, what about them Buckeyes? Yeah, what about them Buckeyes? Failing to get into the end zone. I was talking to one of my neighbors there, New Year's Eve, kind of discussing the fact that is that proof that they really, the Buckeyes didn't really deserve to be in that Final Four vying for a championship with all the controversy about who actually made it in. Of course, Florida State got just trounced, stomped by the Bulldogs there. Did that pretty clearly send the message that they weren't really a top four tier type of team. But my neighbor was explaining, I didn't realize, he said, you keep in mind that there were he said more than a dozen players that had put their name in, what do they call it, the transfer portal or something, so they weren't eligible to play. That's all above my pay grade when it comes to college football, but he kind of explained that that's the reason they didn't really have the team on the field that otherwise would have been. But nonetheless, only 3 points that didn't even get in the end zone in their game there. All right, good to have you on board. We'll get to some of the other folks who chime in to say hello for the new year. And as always, it is 844-844-3388. Welcome, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. All right, Truckin' Troy on board. Good morning, Steve-O. Checking in with you live from Homer, Michigan tonight. Have a good day. Keep on trucking. There's Kevin. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Yes, we missed the program over the holidays there. Big Ed on board. Are you with me? He said Texas just brought it to within 6 points. Uh-oh. He's up watching that college football. It's going to go down to the wire. Okay. All right. So let me pull things up here. What we got? Yeah, it looks like they're okay. Washington 37, Texas 28. Just under 3 minutes left in that fourth quarter. I'm not sure how much of a delay they have here for the online thing. I'm sure it's a little bit, but all right, Big Ed, if I remember correctly, had a little friendly wager. Well, a few bucks with his brother. And I think he picked Alabama to beat Michigan. You lost that one. He did indeed pick Texas to be the victor in this current game. Will he go 1-1 or will he go 0-2 to start the new year? We'll find out in short order. Hello, Thomas. Good morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 34 degrees. Kind of cool down here. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas, New Year's. Ours was pretty good, although Mom didn't get to stay with us over Christmas. She had COVID. We did go see her this past day. Took the Equinox back after I had the engine rebuilt. She doesn't drive anymore, but my sister drives her around. They need reliable transportation. I'm not planning on going back out there till the 8th, but if something worthwhile comes in, I'll maybe take a look. Wife and I spent the New Year's here at the Home 20. I've had my share of all the craziness of the holidays, working in hotels, bars, owning bars, so I'll pass. But have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. All right, Buckeye Boy, welcome into the new year. Matthew, good morning, overnight listeners. Hope everyone had a good, safe new year there. Country Bumpkin, good morning, overnight drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in. Happy New Year. Daniel says, good morning from Pryor, Oklahoma. Something new. Haven't been here since 96. Things indeed have changed quite a bit. I bet they have. That's a lot of time. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. Happy New Year. Mrs. Claus and I are at Callahan's Ski Resort on top of Mount Ashland in Oregon. 32 degrees right now. We are expecting some snow during the overnight hours. All right, little ski trip here to start the new year for Santa Claus. Let's see, Jerry, good morning. Man, been retired going on 8 years. Sure do miss my over midnight show to get through the night. First time in 8 years, so just going to lay back and enjoy the show. Jerry, all right, well, good Happy New Year. Good to have you on board with us from Kokomo, Indiana. Check it in. Hey, what year is it anyway? First out of the box. Horse feathers.
Hey, there you go. Hey, Mike, what year is it? What year is it? I tell you.
How many times you reckon I'll screw that up? I'll say 23. It's going to take a few days to get that in the brain.
Yeah,
it's 24.
It'll take a little bit. So yeah, I was going to ask you, everybody likes to watch that football stuff there. I was going to ask you what happened with that Georgia-Florida State game there. That seems like it was pretty tight there for a while. Oh, wait a minute, maybe it wasn't.
Yeah. Talk about the proverbial blowout.
Yeah, well, I guess you explained it then. I guess if they had players that weren't playing or something, and how do you do that? How do you be at the end of the season at the big game and then not have all your players?
That was actually
right.
The Ohio State game where Missouri beat Ohio State 14-3. Now Florida, I'm not sure if they had anybody in the transfer portal. I mean, 63-3 the final there. The Bulldogs trouncing.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. So anyways, so one sad thing I caught in the news there, and I'm not sure where it happened because I'm not even sure if I was watching the local or national news. I saw there was some 10-year-old boy that was shot by another 10-year-old who, that 10-year-old had gone out to his father's car to retrieve something for his father, but found a stolen handgun in the car, or knew the stolen handgun was in the car, and in the process of doing whatever his father wanted, he got the stolen handgun and then went and shot this other 10-year-old. But not only is the father keeping his handgun in the car, it's a stolen handgun.
Yeah.
And he's a convicted felon.
Oh, go figure.
So what do we need? What do we need to prevent this? Well, we need more gun laws, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. All right. So, as I say, it's pretty sad that we lost a 10-year-old boy who didn't deserve what he got. But it's just, I don't know, mixed up world we got going on. Completely mixed up. But anyways, hey, on all those good notes there, Happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah, how were your holidays? Christmas, New Year, everything go well?
We were pretty much situation normal. We didn't do a whole lot out of the ordinary. Kind of did our normal work thing that we had to get done and got all our work done. But yeah, enjoyed a little bit of time off, and I don't know, did our regular things, and we aren't much of ones of going out partying or stuff like that. So the ball can drop and we can see that it happened on TV. We don't need to be there to witness it,
Absolutely. That's where we spent our New Year's Eve, at the home 20 with some neighbors, and Mama came over and just watched the ball drop on television.
Yeah, I watched it on the replay. I didn't even see it happen, so I had to watch the replay of it. But anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot other than that. We got a couple text messages, and I'm as bad at returning text messages as I am at emails, so the few people that sent me Happy New Year's, if we're out here in the listening audience, and you're listening on the app, if you happen to be listening on the app, let me see here.
Happy New Year, right?
Can you hear the app in the background?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear the app in the background?
Finally.
There you go.
How about happy? There were several. One of the last posts I had Friday morning before Christmas there was, all I want for Christmas is the audio on the app fixed. Well, there you go. Happy New Year.
There you go. So, yep, friends tell one, tell all. Go. In case somebody's not listening on the app.
It's all back and good to go. All right, we start the new year off, and I got to get a news break.
USA News Update. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism. Another American youngster has taken an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Loss was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. 2024 will be a leap year, giving folks another day to add to the calendar. Leap Day gets added to the end of February every 4 years, mostly to keep our dates in sync with the natural seasons. While we count 365 days in every year, it actually takes the planet roughly 365 and a quarter days to travel around the sun. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
All right, so here we are, underway for a new year. Yes, it is Taco Tuesday. Thank you, Santa Claus. Let's see. Buckeye Boy did chime in. I was talking to Horse Feathers about it. He did say Florida State also had a bunch of players who opted out or were actually in the portal, as they say. I don't know. How's that work? Big Ed will probably explain that to me when he chimes in. You know, a lot of times, I guess if you're a senior and you're out of the mix for a championship, many of the seniors say that I'm going to opt in, for maybe the NFL draft, and they don't want to get hurt in that final game that isn't really going to mean anything as far as winning the championship. So, Jerry chimed back in. He said, hey, is Lone Ranger still around? Thought he retired, but wondered whatever happened to him. Yeah, Lone Ranger is still around. He's been retired for a number of years now. Still has his residence there in Pennsylvania. And about a year ago, I think it's been about a year ago, bought him a winter home there in Arizona. He's not a big fan of the winter conditions there in Pennsylvania. So I did have an opportunity to briefly chat with him online a few weeks ago. Somebody mentioned the fact that, he did say, seeing as the time differential, he's not as nocturnal as he used to be. But when he gets back out there in Arizona, be several hours behind us. So before he hits the hay one of these nights, he might be able to actually check in with us. Meanwhile, who we got on board here? Let me see. I believe is that, according to the screener, it's Scott. Morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you, my friend?
Happy New Year. Doing well.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you for taking my call. Steve, I wanted to ask, I I was hoping I could talk a little bit more about, have you seen these reports about lawmakers in one state, I'm sorry I don't have the state, that we're talking about banning TikTok because they say that children are being brainwashed. Have you heard about some of this activity on the internet? I have some interesting information I was hoping to share with you, Steve, and your listeners.
Well, sure, lay it on us. I definitely heard the reports. Technically, I mean, the federal government banned TikTok from like government devices. I know that over the past year, and there was talk about banning TikTok outright, in the USA, but that hasn't happened. So what kind of info you got? What's the latest?
Oh, my gosh, Steve, it's unbelievable what people are saying. And it's a mess. And I don't know how much you can let me share, but I'd love to give you what I've learned. Apparently, oh, gosh, these are all witches. And forgive me if I'm all over the place. It's hard to put this together. But there's brainwashing and hypnosis. If we can keep it with that, people would say, witches? What are you talking about? But apparently hypnosis that affects us, and it's part of a much bigger picture. And I'd love to tell you some of the things I found. It's very disturbing, but it's important. It's about the children.
Well, all I know as far as, I don't know when they're saying hypnosis, with these devices where you can just kind of, you start streaming, you'll watch a video, then you stream and you watch another, and you get, kids spending untold hours on end just scrolling down there like a zombie. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. And if you listen to law enforcement, they'll talk. The guy in Polk County, Florida is the best. You've seen that sheriff who works to nail these predators?
Yeah.
He talks about mom and dad. You think and I've been guilty of this myself. You think you're giving your child some independent time. You're letting them alone in their room with that phone. I'm going to let them be alone. I'm giving them their time. Well, law enforcement will tell you the predator will take that time. So you wonder, well, how? These YouTube videos and these things, there's a trend, a very scary trend, Steve. I hope someone's got a tape in the machine because this will go away. They're witches that they are muttering and they use watch their hands. These are not models or girls that are there to talk to you or to be your friend. These are witches. They're not normal girls, and they're muttering, and it's a repetitive thing. And I found out how it hurts. I have a source I can't tell yet, but I need to get this out. They use that hypnosis, and they actually affect. It's part of a very disgusting scheme, and people need to get up. I don't know how it's going to work, but basically, it's a repetitive thing over and over and over again. They wear away at you, and they are attacking. I know this sounds crazy. The young male, physically attacking them, and I can tell you exactly how they do it with this hypnosis. It's a physical thing. It attacks the body. But overall, the bottom line here is they're going to they're going to get to that young male. They're going to get into that child's bedroom. These websites, fellas, you got lots of fellas listening. Fellas, you got to stay off these websites. Get away from them. They're witches. Don't watch them. Don't look at them all. And the number one thing, unsubscribe today. Don't pay for it. It's a child porn empire. And I unfortunately ran into some of these people, got some info out of them, but, they laugh at me. They say, you'll never prove it. You'll never prove it.
Right.
Oh, gosh. Don't pay. Don't pay for a thing. Don't look at them. And this is the advice I learned that I received. We've got to get them off. I don't know how to. Oh, yes. There are targets, real things, men and women of God or people that care about these children. It's really about the human race. They work on the young male. I mean, it's scary. I hate to be sounding like a conspiracy theorist, and it does, but this is what it's about. This is some of it. It's hypnosis. And, gosh, the bigger picture is very scary, and this is where it gets very, very scary, Steve, but it has something to do with that laundromat. And that one that supports, they say we fuel both sides of wars, etc. Anyway, this is a huge, giant thing. When you pay for this stuff, and it's not just pornography, they're everywhere. They're everywhere in the YouTube. And it's a general theme that I'm sure viewers have seen this and are wondering, it's basically one or two people that are doing this. Powerful, powerful people, and they're involved with that laundromat and fueling the other side of wars. But we really can't go there. All you need to know is if you spend the money, it ends up fueling this child pornography empire that's huge. And Elon Musk, if you recall, tried to go get some of that $2.3 billion a year OnlyFans business. I don't want to get you sued. But anyway,
right.
Yeah, OnlyFans is all child pornography. He went in there with an exploratory committee and he found all kitty porn.
Well,
that's what he found there.
One of my listening friends just pointed out, he said, who put that phone in the kid's hand? It's the moms and the dads actually that put it in their hands. And I mean, we all know what it's about. I mean, we didn't have these things when we were kids. That's because we were outside playing kick the can or baseball or whatever, hide and seek. I mean, at a very young age, we're putting these devices, and it does pretty much, you'll notice they will spend hours and hours. You have to set some parameters. Limit their amount of time. And do we pay any attention to what they're actually viewing? Not really, in most cases. Hey, there are apps you can download, though, to monitor what your children, and you, especially the young kids, you got to watch what they're tuning into. I got an email from Dan. He said, what's the best way to pick your show up on the Android phone? It's pretty much the same. Android, iPhone, you've got what they call the App Store, right? Is that the Google Play Store? If you go to the Google Play Store, you simply type in overnightdriveradio.com. You need the .com. Overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download, and you can listen on the app there. Same with the iPhone. It's the iStore, the Apple Store, the Apple iPhone. Same thing, overnightdriveradio.com. And you can listen with the click of the button there. All right, good to have you on board. Happy New Year. And what are we looking at? 844-844-3388. Plowboy, what's going on with you for the new year? Welcome aboard.
Oh, good morning, Steve. If I scream, I just won some money. So, but no, it's been a good night. Hell, even though we got beat out, I've lost some money to that big head out of that big state of Oklahoma. But we'll be all right. And here we go. Nah, damn.
So you're
anyway.
what are you watching? You watching the Texas Washington game? What are we looking at?
Yeah, 15 seconds to go, 31-37. Yeah, we were getting close.
Okay, all right.
But no, Alabama game was a good game. We just kind of petered it away when we should have been playing a little bit tougher. But
so I didn't get to see that because I was snoozing. Obviously, I did see that. I guess what Saban said, he's kind of taking responsibility for the loss. It was a good game, right? Because it went to overtime.
Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that game. Nothing wrong with it there, sir. I mean, just we were on the wrong end of the clock.
Okay.
Wrong end of the scoreboard. But I do have to say this. I was cheering pretty hard the other night against you, my friend. I was.
You were pulling from Missouri.
When Ohio State got beat by Missouri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. If you haven't heard by now, I haven't told you, I'm up there at Kansas City, Missouri. I work up here at Ford Motor Company. And, yeah. Staying pretty busy, but just been off for a week and a half.
Yep. Like I was.
You know how that goes.
Yep.
Yes, sir. The old college bowl is about the best thing you can do to have a passing time. 25 degrees up here, clear and very crisp, and that humidity is out there. And I mean, it feels a little bit cooler than 25. Other than that.
So, do you make any New Year's resolutions, Plowboy? Any changes for the new year?
Sir. There is no reason for me making a New Year's resolution because I've been making a New Year's resolution for the last 40 damn years. Quit smoking. I just opened up another pack.
Yeah, I know that. Been there, done that.
I know that would resonate with you, but I talked to that old Auburn fan here day before yesterday for about an hour.
Oh, yeah?
Remember that old Wild Randy?
Yeah. How the heck's he doing?
I talked to him. He's living over in Texas land right now. He's working for some refrigerator company. I say refrigerator company. He goes around and repairs trailers that got reefer units on them for this particular company that he doing real good out there south of Tyler. I told him I'd tell everybody hi for him. But, I mean, just talked to Red Mule. Wished him a happy new year and all that good stuff. There the other day. He's trying to send us some snow, but he ain't getting anything out on his west end.
Now he's been off the road for damn near a year, hadn't it been? Because I haven't spoken to him.
Oh, it'll be over a year, I believe. Yeah, he's had his wife been down, and she's just now starting to get back to being halfway all right.
Yeah, so is he planning to get back on the road at all, or is he pretty much retired?
No, he brought that up. I was telling him, well, hell, that was New Year. No, it was Christmas Eve when I talked to him, or shot him a message because I-80 went closed up here just west of Omaha, and he made a comment. He said, "Mikey, I don't miss that a bit." Me neither. And I don't know. I ain't missing it because with where I'm at, we got a little bit of movement we got to do. But I ain't missing this bad weather. Really. How's the weather been treating y'all? Have you got any snow out of this gig yet? Or?
We just, got a little dusting last week. We haven't really had anything as far as accumulating snow. That I was mentioning the storm later this week. But at least right now, they're showing us in a zone where we might see a decent accumulation for the first time this year.
Right. We've only had maybe one time about 3 inches, and that was gone by the next afternoon.
Yep.
Well, that was right after Thanksgiving, thereabouts. I really, even though I got a farm background in my life, I don't mind not having any snow. Really, I don't. I don't mind having to compete, but I don't know how. Other than that, that's about all I got.
All right. So have they wrapped that game up yet, or are they still playing?
No, we got few seconds left, but and you got them youngins all ready to go back to school?
I think Tuesday is the last day off. Huh? They go back on Wednesday. I thought they went back today, but no, it's like an in-service day. Teachers go in today, and then the kids go back on Wednesday. So they all get to go back and share their snots and their colds and their COVIDs and their flu, and everybody brings it home to mom and dad.
Oh, my God.
Right?
That's going around.
Yeah.
That's going around.
Yeah.
37-31 Washington just won it.
Oh, the game over?
Game over as of right now, sir.
All right, there you go. So Big Ed goes 0 for 2 tonight.
Yeah. I wonder if he lost any money on that one.
I think he had a $5 wager on each game. $5 for his brother or something. Yeah, big wagers, right? Well, Plowboy, great to hear from you.
You can afford.
Happy New Year.
Y'all have a happy New Year. Thank y'all.
All right. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got a new year underway. Hope you enjoyed the holidays. Is that the Michigan Madman by chance?
Yeah, it's Steve, it's Sugar. Hopefully you can understand me okay.
How the heck are you, Michigan Madman?
And I'll tell you what, Steve, I'm truly blessed, and I still got a ways to go, but I'm really starting to feel a lot better. And I'm getting my strength back, but, oh, man, I'm still pretty weak, but I can't complain, Steve, and I'm doing pretty darn good.
Well, that's. I mean, you've been. 2023. I'm sure that's a year that you're happy to say farewell. It's over with.
Oh, you better believe it. I seen what E. Wave posted the other day and said that 2024 has got to be a damn sight better, and I definitely agree with him.
Well, I saw you've been trying to get out, and I said you're doing. You got some model helicopters. Those things are hard to fly, aren't they?
Well, let's just say they keep you on your toes. I really like flying them, but the technology nowadays, Steve, with the gyros and everything, it's not as bad as it used to be, but I've only been flying helicopters for 8 years.
That's pretty cool. You're still doing your virtual racing.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I sure am now that I'm retired. I've been doing quite a lot of it, but there for a while, Steve, I didn't feel like racing or anything, and there was times I was going out flying my model airplanes, and I really shouldn't have been out flying, but it was just really nice to get out with the guys, and the racing now has been going pretty good.
There you go. All right. Well, hopefully the new year brings continued healing, better health, and a better year for the Michigan Madman.
You better believe it, Stephen. Thank you so much for taking my call. And listen, I just want to thank everybody, each and every one of you, including you, Steve, for everyone's prayers and all the well wishes and everything, and I just so greatly appreciate it.
Well, thank you for checking in, Michigan Madman. Thanks for listening into the program, and don't be a stranger, as they say. 23 was a rough year for the Madman. You get that diagnosis, the dreaded C word, cancer, and had the cancer in the throat. And then the prognosis had to actually remove the voice box, the voice box. And that's the first we've spoke to the Michigan Madman. I didn't have too difficult a time understanding him. We wanted to wish everyone thank you for the prayers and the concern for all that he's been through. But gradually getting his strength back, that's a good thing. We'll get to Big Ed. Are you with me, you loser? 0 for 2. Now, who's he going to pick for the big game? Is it going to be Washington or will it be Wolverines? I know Captain Ron is celebrating his Michigan victory this past evening. So we'll get more on that. Just let me get through the news break first. See, he was asking about, have we had any still? Plowboy asked about, we haven't really seen that much at all as wintry weather. We've been, luckily, we haven't had a whole lot of, sub-freezing temperatures. Had a few, several mornings in the 20s, but, like we said last week, got a little shot of snow, just enough to cover the ground briefly, but haven't really seen any decent accumulations or difficulties on the roadways yet this winter, which that may be changing later this week. But it's been a mild winter thus far. And that's been the case even areas well up to the north, Wisconsin, Minnesota. I've got a story to share with you a bit later this morning, where just over the weekend, over the New Year's weekend, more than 100 fishermen, the ice fishermen, were out there, and the ice shelf broke away, and they're drifting out in the lake, and 122 fishermen ultimately happened to be rescued over the weekend on what they call it the Upper Red Lakes. The ice floe detached there. But everyone ultimately, when all was said and done, they were all safe. We'll give you the rest of the story. And that's because it's been a mild winter there even. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 this morning. The U.S. Geological Survey said that the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in L.A. County. Fortunately, there have been no reports of damage or injuries. Initially reported as a 4.3 magnitude quake, it was later adjusted to 3.9. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant magnitude 7.5 earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. Residents in certain regions of west-central Japan have been taking refuge on elevated terrain as the recent earthquake induced minor tsunamis. Various locations have reported damage, and local hospitals are actively providing treatment to the injured. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism, stating that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the United States is in a better position than any country in the world to lead the world. The conflict between Israel and Hamas continuing in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli Air Force spokesman has indicated that the military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains firm in his rejecting any calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. A fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man. The victim was retrieved from the waters off Maui at about 11 a.m. local time Saturday and taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden has reportedly been briefed on the recent clash in the Red Sea between U.S. Navy forces and attacking Houthi rebels.
In the encounter, the Pentagon says U.S. helicopters sunk 3 attack boats with armed pirates on board. The helicopters had been launched from the USS Eisenhower and USS Gravely after they came under fire while responding to a distress call from a container ship early Sunday. There were no U.S. casualties. Houthi rebels inside Yemen have been ramping up attacks on international shipping for weeks now in response to the war between Israel and Hamas. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Another American youngster has taken an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Loss was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. The box office numbers are out for the New Year's weekend, and the 2 movies from last week have traded places on the list. Wonka came in first, taking in $24 million, and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom came in second with $19.5 million. Migration held the 3rd spot, and The Color Purple came in 4th. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has a new side hustle, sort of. The actor and wrestler is now a partner, along with other XFL owners, in the United Football League. The XFL has merged with the USFL, and they plan to announce the teams and cities that they will be in at a later date. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Round number 2. The new year is underway. Making our way into the second day of January. Here it is, 2024. And again, good to hear from the Michigan Madman. He did chime in via the Facebook feed. Happy New Year from the Michigan Madman. So there it is. Are you with me? Happy New Year, Big Ed.
Happy New Year, Steve. I'm with you, man. You know, phone call returning third. Did you not get my message last week?
No.
Well, dang, I guess I'm judging you too harshly. Yeah, I was over in your neck of the woods. And, I was going to call you and talk about that cruise, but apparently you were busy. So we didn't get to talk about the cruise, but that's all right. We got plenty of time before the cruise to talk about it.
Yeah.
Michigan Madman, my prayers are with you. There ain't nothing I like better than a fighter, you know. I know you've had a hard year, and prayerfully things are looking up for you, and just get up every morning and take each day as it comes. Just don't never quit, don't never give up.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait till the final bell rings, and that'll be it, you know. But my heart's with you, and my hat's off to you. Now, let's talk football.
Okay.
Man.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. My Captain Ron, man, I got to tell you, I was really impressed with the Wolverines tonight. They earned that game. You know, it was a good game. Good, and I thought the refereeing was good. It come down to the overtime, and the better team won, and that was Michigan. This Texas game, it went down to 1 second on the clock. Texas was, I think it was 13 yards from the end zone. And they lost it there on the last play of the game, and but it was a good fought game, and so that's off to Washington for beating a good Texas team. So, but I lost $20. I lost our good friend Buckeye Boy. That sort of made Captain Ron happy. He took Michigan. So I lost $5 to Buckeye Boy on the Michigan game, and then I lost $5 to Buckeye Boy on the Texas-Washington game. And that other guy, that was my son.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was my son. He took Michigan and Washington, so I owe him $10. So I ain't even going to try to pick who I think might win that national championship, because they're both just good teams. You know, Michigan's got a strong defense, and their offense is not such a quick strike offense as Washington. You know, Washington's got a quick strike offense, so that, I don't know, to me it'll be a toss-up. Just whoever shows up and plays their game and stay on top of their game, I just wouldn't pick. I'm not even going to try to pick.
Well, how often, the college football, the bowl selection committee, we're actually going to have the number 1 versus number 2 in the championship game. How about that?
Yeah, to me, that just says everything's played out the way it should. Let's go back to Florida State. Okay? My respect for the players that showed up to play the game is just phenomenal. Those guys that opted out, They're the biggest bunch of losers there ever was, Steve.
So explain that to me. Is that what? Am I correct? Is it seniors that opt out because they can't win a champ, and are they looking at the NFL draft, or what? What is it?
That's correct. They're looking at the NFL draft. They're looking at what they think they might be worked on, and then there's no guarantee they're going to get drafted.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee they're going to get anything. But everybody makes the excuse, oh, well, they're just looking out for their own well-being. Man, that is the biggest cop-out, sell-out, in my opinion, ever was. You let your whole damn team down. Whatever happened to pride? You know, where we in society have allowed money to take our pride away from us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you sign up to play for a team, you give them 100%. You don't quit at the end of the season because, oh, well, I can't win a championship, so we're going to quit because I might be able to make a few bucks if I get drafted in the pros.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, you got a free education out of the university. To me, from a fan standpoint, you're selling me out the way I see it. I pulled for you all year. I buy you damn products such as jerseys, hats, to support your team, and then that's what you give me at the end of the season. You quit. I have no respect for them guys. My hat's off, like I say. Okay, they got beat 63-3.
Yeah.
At least those guys that showed up, hey, they played with pride. Okay, they got beat. We all know that they was probably third team or third stringers. But that don't mean their future isn't going to be bright. You know, you what is it? You got to learn. You get out there and you learn, and you build yourself up. But you don't quit. I'm sorry. It's everybody that played in the bowl games, the young people. Everybody says, well, I hate that when the people say, oh, well, it's meaningless. No, to me, it's not meaningless from a fan standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed all the games that I watched, and there was a lot of good football that was played. You root for them, and you think, okay, maybe they'll improve next year. I know one thing with this new format they're coming out with. Prayerfully, we won't have what everybody considers a fiasco like they had this year. Did Florida State deserve to be in the playoffs? Well, based on their record, yeah. Liberty deserved it too. Look, they went out there and they got their guts handed to them. You know, Oregon whooped around on them.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest surprise I had was Ohio State. I don't know what the heck happened there.
Well, was it the same with? I mean, my neighbor said that they had like 12 or 15 that did the same thing. I guess opted to the transfer portal or something. Is that correct? Do you know?
I thought Ohio State was just missing 3 players.
Okay.
I didn't think they lost that many players. I still felt unless I'm wrong, I thought it was just like the quarterback and or a tight end and a running back that were hurt. I didn't hear that any of them opted out. And if they did, then hey.
I can't say for certain. I'm just going on what my neighbor said. So.
But the biggest controversy was Florida State. And I'm sorry, those players, that opted out, to me, they just the biggest bunch of quitters, losers there ever was. Now, the team that showed up and played and got their guts handed to them, hey, you guys, in my opinion, they're the winners. You know, they stuck it out. They knew they was going to get it beaten. But they went out there, they had a point to prove. Hey, I'm just as good as you are, and I'm going to stand up and give you my best shot. I have more respect for Florida State, those guys that played, than I did the guys that were supposed to be the big-time stars for Florida State. And so what I would say to Florida State, and, you know, the coach, I know everybody says, "Oh well, the coaches they sell you out too because they go for the big money." He can't really control all that, so I felt bad for the coach, but he put a good product out there on the field, what he had to work with. So that was my only disappointment in the whole fiasco thing. Did the Florida State get robbed based on a season-ending record? Yeah, they did. Was it the end of the world? No, it wasn't. But everything, I don't care. If Florida State would have had all their players out there that played all year, now we'll never know if you was if you was right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but guess what? Because you didn't show up, I say you were wrong. You wouldn't have made it. You'd have got your guts handed to you too. But that's just how I feel about that. But man, tonight was, in my opinion, good football. And like I said, you got 1 and 2 playing for the national championship, and whoever, I would like to lean toward Michigan, but I just can't make myself do it.
Sorry, Captain Ron.
I just can't. I just can't make. But I ain't going to lean towards Washington either because I got too much respect for Michigan. They're just man. Tonight they was just a solid team. I mean, Alabama to have beaten Georgia. I just didn't think Michigan could get past them.
Mm-hmm.
That really surprised me. Because Georgia's a darn good team. You got to give hats off to that. So I owe Buckeye Boy $10 and I owe my boy $10. So Buckeye Boy, you can either PM me your address and I'll send you a hot check, or no, it'll be a good one. Or is he going on a cruise?
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, well, if he's not going on a cruise, I'll need to mail him a $10 check. But hey, I enjoyed losing my $10, and I'm glad you're back on the air live, Steve. I'm glad football season's over with. I'm ready to rest. Man, I'm burning the midnight oil. I should be in bed asleep right now.
I hear you, right?
So it's been a good football season, but I'm not picking the national championship. It's not going. I think I'm just going to kick back and enjoy the game, and may the best team win.
There you go. All right.
That's how I like. But let me give you. And I know I'm comparing apples to oranges. All right, I definitely know that, and it's why I hate people that quit. And maybe because I'm old school. And what I consider to be big-time losers, okay? I go back to when Glenda was in the hospital, and she had a major stroke, okay? I had to go get counseling so I could learn how to deal with her. What to expect, what to be looking for. And sitting in there's this lady that had married this old boy. And he had a stroke. And instead of trying to learn what she needed to do to make life better for him, all she did that whole time was sit there and cry. And so I didn't sign up for this. I think I'm just going to have to file for divorce. Steve, I got up and I told her, I said, lady, I hope to hell you burn in hell. Because you deserve what you're getting ready to get. If you're going to run out on your husband and his biggest need in his life, that's the epitome, in my opinion, of a loser. And that's how I look at those Florida State players that quit. You're a bunch of damn losers. And that's all I got to say. Thanks, Steve.
Happy New Year, Big Ed. Thank you much. Get some rest, I suppose. I'm looking at Dateline Pasadena, where Alabama took the loss against Michigan. Nick Saban took the blame for their 27-20 loss in the semifinal at the Rose Bowl. Crediting the Wolverines for a well-played game, Saban said the result was due to the Crimson Tide's lack of execution. We shot ourselves in the foot, he said. Ask about the final play, a quarterback run on 4th and goal in overtime that actually was stopped short. Saban said the Tide were prepared for Michigan to pressure, but we thought we could gap them and block them and make it work. And it didn't. On offense, Alabama finished with only 288 yards, due in large part to allowing 6 sacks and 10 tackles for loss. Jalen Milroe, who finished 6th in the Heisman Trophy voting, held to 116 yards passing, no touchdowns. Saban said it was a combination of several things, including missed opportunities, redirecting protection because the clock was running down. I thought we did a better job in the second half, but we did not give Jalen an opportunity to make some plays, nor our receivers to make some plays down the field, which was a big part of this game. Milroe said he appreciated the coaching staff for putting the ball in his hands on that final play. With anything, all it came down was fall back to your level of training, and we just failed on that play. That's all it was, he said. Now, inside the locker room, several players offered different reasons for their struggles in all 3 phases of the game. Malaki Moore said there were mental lapses across the board. The quarterback, Kool-Aid McKinstry, said we could have done a better job of finishing and staying together, executing the calls we were given. Offensive lineman Tyler Booker said, hey, Michigan proved why they're the number 1 team in the nation. As they say, may the best team win, right? It is 844-844-3388. Happy New Year.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, look at 24 past the hour. And clear lines at 844-844-3388. Getting off the football thing, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here momentarily, but got a couple of minutes. I was going to mention this to Ed. I came across over the weekend. I didn't know for sure if we'd hear from him tonight or not, but he shared a little scenario. This is, I guess, the things you deal with out there on a daily basis in the trucking industry, right? It's kind of comical because he said, Lord, forgive me. I have sinned. The problem is I enjoyed it. And I've been laughing about it all day. Yes, sir, I'm a lying, no good scallywag. Said, I got a call this morning. I have a broker load going to Walmart for Saturday, 8:30 a.m. Brokers want to know if you can deliver it. Well, I knew if I said no, the brokers wouldn't give me the load. I told Cameron, tell him yes, I can deliver it. But once I get it on the trailer, I'll get a couple hours down the road and give you the truth. I said, there's no way in hell I can meet their delivery time, but I want the load. So I lie to the notorious liars, the brokers. I get the load. Yeah, get rolling down the interstate, looked at my time and my miles, and I figured 10 a.m. at the earliest, 11 at the latest. I called Cameron to give him my delivery time. He called the brokers. They threw a fit. Cameron called and said they want it there at 8:30 Saturday. I said, well, give them my number. So the brokers call. They're crying. We need the load there at 8:30 a.m. Saturday. I said, so sorry. I can't violate the log, and I can't make magic. So they said, well, you call Walmart and give them your ETA. I said, okay, give me the number. So I call Walmart scheduling. Talking to the nice lady, gave her my ETA. She said, we don't go past 9:30 a.m. on the weekend. I said, well, no problem. What's the soonest you can take it? She said, well, 5:30 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. Sunday. She said, you pick. I smiled real big. I said, the brokers are in love with that 8:30 a.m. time. So if you don't mind, I'll take 8:30. She kind of laughed. She said, those people are greedy, aren't they? I said, you got that right. I called the brokers back. I told them I have good news and bad news. The bad news is they won't take the load till Sunday. The good news is the delivery time is 8:30 a.m. I do believe I heard some crying in the background. He's laughing, as all is right in my world tonight. But I'm sorry, I sinned. You gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, yeah, so they got the load 8:30 Saturday morning. I don't know what they had to wait a few extra hours, right? Big deal. Or not. Brokers not happy? About a minute before news break. We'll get back to your calls if you want to jump on board here on a Tuesday. How's your New Year starting out? It's 844-844-3388. So I did mention a bit earlier, we'll give you some of the details coming up here. Millions in the Northeast may soon experience your first widespread significant winter storm of the season in maybe years. A storm from the Pacific. This is going to move all the way across the country. We'll dip over the southern plains, grab Gulf of Mexico moisture, and then tap into the cold air upon reaching the mid-Atlantic and New England regions. We're talking a few days down the line, Saturday, Sunday, this weekend. May have some disruptions to travel on the ground and in the air, and we'll break that all down for you coming up here. How much are they talking about? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Good to have you on board. Happy New Year, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant 7.5 magnitude earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. 4 deaths have been reported. The conflict between Israel and Hamas persists in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli forces spokesperson has indicated that military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains firm in rejecting any calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Box office numbers are out for New Year's weekend, and the 2 movies from last week have traded places. Wonka came in first, taking in $24 million. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom came in second with $19.5. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. All right, we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. Does it feel like a Tuesday? Here we are, back for a new year. Just thinking about the calendar, rapidly approaching what will be our 3-year anniversary here at the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Memory serves January 11 of 2021 was our first program after being brought back, thanks to Chris Gabelchik and the Hot Shot Secret. So, 3 years. Does it feel like that much time has passed already? So here we are. It is 844-844-3388. Wesley checks in. Happy New Year's, drivers. Now, I shared that story from Big Ed, and he said, Steve, those brokers, they get a bonus for their delivery times depending on how quick the receiver wants it. Now, of course, it being a holiday week, if I said I couldn't meet their delivery time, they wouldn't have let me have the load. They were looking for a log violation driver to run that load. As it was delivered right at 8:30 a.m. Sunday, dealing with the brokers, you got to learn to outsmart them suckers. All right. The rest of the story on what has realistically, thus far been a mild winter. Of course, forecasters have been telling us with the El Nino winter, the El Nino getting stronger. It impacts weather all around the entire planet, of course, oftentimes leading to milder winters for much of the Midwest, the Great Lakes region. A lot of times you'll see more snow in areas there in the Northeast, which really haven't seen a whole lot of in the last couple of years. That may be changing in short order. But warmer temperatures all the way in northern Minnesota. Going back early in the weekend, Friday evening, over 100 fishermen had to be rescued. The Beltrami County Sheriff's Office reporting 122 fishermen were stranded when the Upper Red Lakes ice flow detached. During the rescue attempt, 4 fell into the water but were safely brought back onto the floating ice and warmed in a fishing shelter. According to police, those 4 ultimately were the first to actually be rescued. During the rescue, emergency responders realized some fishermen may not have even been aware they were on the ice floe. So the emergency management team sent out an alert with instructions of how to evacuate. Not clear if that was a county-wide alert. But Thursday, the director of DNR Enforcement Division warned people of the unseasonably warm weather, with very few areas of the state having the ice thickness they would typically have this time of year. Beltrami County Sheriff Jason Riggs said most years the ice would be thick enough by now for vehicles and wheelhouses, and we'd be seeing a steady procession of them heading north. But this year is not most years. The ice is changing constantly. It's absolutely vital. Anyone who heads out, check the thickness frequently. Pay attention to the weather. Have a plan in case the worst happens and you wind up in the water. Commenters via social media noted that fishermen indeed are rescued every year from the ice around this time of year. According to the police reports, though, no one from involved in the rescue over the weekend for the New Year's weekend were seriously injured there. But, falling into that ice-cold water, things can go bad in very short order. So are we anticipating some changes? Indeed, major travel disruptions on the roads and the airports in the Northeast. We're going to see a wide variety of precipitation on the way for the first weekend of the new year. The anticipated timing may allow for good travel Friday night into Saturday versus Sunday. For those in the Northeast, this would be the time. You might want to brush the dust off the snow shovels. Maybe fire up that snow blower. Hopefully you had treated the fuel with Sta-Bil and you have no trouble getting them fired up. And have your salt or ice melting compounds ready to go. Highway departments and various townships need to be reviewing their plan of action ahead of this storm. For many along the I-95 corridor in the Mid-Atlantic, it's actually been 2 winters since the last time there was an inch of snow. Believe it or not, this may change all that. Last time there was an inch of snow from a single storm in New York City, all the way back February 13 of 22, or 685 days ago as of December 31st. For Philadelphia, last time you had a snowstorm that brought at least an inch of snow, January 28th and 29th of last year, or I should say 2022, as we're into 24 now, 701 days ago. Even D.C. hasn't picked up close to an inch of snow since March 12th of 22. Obviously, the lack of heavy snow over such long period of time are going to have a lot of motorists out of winter driving practice. As the saving grace for most commuters, this storm is going to focus on the weekend rather than the very busy weekdays. As that snow drought continued along much of the 95 in the mid-Atlantic, we haven't seen a whole lot of snow across the central Appalachians, the Great Lakes region, or the coastal areas of New England. Even in one of the snowiest places in the Northeast, Buffalo, New York, less than 6 inches of snow from October 1st to the 1st of the year. You would normally have seen in excess of 2 feet of snow by now. So we start this today. This is Tuesday. Tuesday to Wednesday. This storm evolves, bringing a zone of heavy snow over the southern high plains, parts of New Mexico, northwestern Texas, western Oklahoma, eastern Colorado, and western Kansas. It'll be Thursday night to Friday. Several inches likely to fall over portions of the I-25, 40, and 70 corridors. Now, that snow zone may actually shrink rather dramatically or almost disappear over the lower to middle portions of the Mississippi Valley Friday night into Saturday. But we'll see a fresh batch of cold air drift in from northern and central Canada this week, and it's going to hang out in northern New England and southeastern Canada this weekend. That cold air will be waiting for that storm to approach. And it's going to blossom over the southern states to start the weekend. Obviously, it was rain, a swath of heavy rain and thunderstorms. At the same time, further to the north of the Ohio Valley, that storm's going to expand northward into cold enough air for snow to fall. The area of snow likely to expand pretty rapidly once the moisture reaches the central and southern Appalachians and parts of the mid-Atlantic and southern New England. We're looking ahead towards Saturday night. Numerous interstates may be impacted. As we look towards Sunday, the final act of the storm has the potential to bring accumulating snow to much of the mid-Atlantic and New England. Now, we're several days out. Obviously, how much snow ends up falling along that I-95 zone from D.C. to Philly, New York City, and Boston will depend on the exact track and strength of the storm. Many storms that approach from the south like this tend to try to pull in some warmer air from the Atlantic, leading to an abbreviated period of snow or maybe a wintry mix. Water temperatures in the Atlantic generally in the 40s right now, so an east to west northeast wind from the water will bring some of that milder ocean air further inland, whereas a more northerly wind during the storm could prevent the warming effect coming from the Atlantic. So again, several days out here, but they're going to be closely monitoring this system. Areas from the New York City Thruway, the Massachusetts Turnpike, portions of I-89, 91, 93, and 95. As we look toward the second half of the weekend, the most significant winter effects should all take place in about a 12-hour period or so, Saturday night to Sunday evening. This is because the storm should keep on moving at a pretty brisk pace rather than stalling out and intensifying. We're talking 6 to 12 inches in the forecast in those areas that see some of the heavy. How long has it been since you saw close to a foot of snow there along the eastern seaboard? It's been quite some time. All right, plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, as so often the case is, with a new year comes new laws. No shortage of that as we enter 2024. No doubt. I take you to this one in the state of California. A new law that went into effect this past day will require California cops to immediately state the reason for a traffic stop before asking the driver any questions. Assembly Bill 2773, introduced by the Assembly member Chris Holden, again went into effect January 1. Many times, traffic stops begin when the officer comes up to the window and says, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" Ever heard that, right? Under the new law, the officer will be required to inform the driver of the reason for the traffic stop at the beginning of the interaction prior to any other questioning. A little piece from the text of the legislation. This bill, beginning January 1 of 24, require a peace officer making a traffic or pedestrian stop before engaging in questioning related to a criminal investigation or traffic violation to state the reason for the stop, unless the officer reasonably believes that withholding the reason for the stop is necessary to protect life or property from imminent threat. Again, beginning January 1 of 24, requiring the officer to document the reason for the stop on any citation or police report resulting from said stop. Under the new law, law enforcement agencies will also have to track and report on the reasons for traffic stops. They say this is designed to protect drivers in California from what they call pretext stops, where a law enforcement officer uses a minor traffic violation as a simple pretext to stop a vehicle, just kind of looking for other possible crimes, whatever they might be. But that is new in the state of California, now in place. Updates, other industry headlines. Well, here we did close out 2023. We've entered 24. Another target date has passed without the FMCSA issuing their proposal to require speed limiters on most commercial vehicles. We anticipated by the end of December. They had targeted last Friday, December the 29th, is the date to unveil this supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking on speed limiters. Not only has the deadline not been met, it's not clear how long it's going to take before they can publish the proposal. Significant rulemakings have to be reviewed by the White House Office of Management and Budget before they can be published and then sent out for public comment. Now, as of Friday, the 29th of December, the notice still had not yet been submitted to the OMB. And typically, once they are, that process takes months. Now, a matter of fact, a previous speed limiter proposal was under review for 15 months before ever hitting the Federal Register. Now, you consider those factors, it may be a month or two into the new year here before a formal proposal on speed limiters is actually published. They had previously targeted June of 23 for that release date. The FMCSA administrators told Landline earlier this year that the time spent reviewing about 15,000 comments from that 2022 notice led them to miss that first target date. I think we're all pretty familiar with this effort to require speed limiters on commercial vehicles. It's nothing new. Many large fleets obviously already have them on their trucks. They say as a way to improve fuel efficiency. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration published a report on the topic all the way back in 1991. And the American Trucking Association's petitioned the Highway Traffic Safety Administration to limit trucks to 68 miles per hour all the way back in 2006. It all kind of resurfaced in 2016 when the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration issued a joint notice of proposed rulemaking. That proposal was shelved, obviously, after the new administration, a.k.a. the Trump administration, took office in 2017. That's when Trump, of course, had one of the first things he did. We're going to reduce all these new rules and regulations for every new proposed regulation. Whatever department it would be required to scrap 2 existing regulations. That's exactly why this sort of proposal ended up going on the back burner. But then in 2022, the FMCSA revived the effort once again, issuing the advance notice, suggesting that commercial vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 26,000 pounds or more, equipped with an electronic engine control unit capable of being governed, would all be subject to the mandate. They did not include a top speed in that mandate. There's been a lot of rumors, speculation. The FMCSA officials have indicated that will be included in whenever they get around to this next proposal. Now, all the safety advocate groups have been asking for the top speed to be 60 miles per hour. The ATA say they support a maximum speed of 70 miles per hour for trucks that are equipped with additional technology, 65 miles per hour for everybody else. The waiting game continues with the FMCSA. No surprise there. All right, 844-844-3388. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. There was a lot of talk, not a whole lot of mergers and acquisitions in 2023. We'll kind of highlight some of the bigger events that had taken place in the trucking industry over the past year coming up. Also, for those that like to gander toward the heavens in the new year 24, it brings up a whole slate of exciting astronomical events, a lot of them in the night sky. Of course, one will be taking place in the middle of the day. That, for many, will be a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Whether it's planetary alignments to a super harvest moon eclipse. Start with a couple of the top events to mark your calendar for the new year. Less than a week after the spring equinox, which is coming up March 19. Stargazers able to witness the first eclipse of the year. It's not one of the big deals. They call it a penumbral lunar eclipse before daybreak, Monday, March the 25th, which will be visible across North America, South America, Western Europe, Western Africa. These are kind of what they call underwhelming eclipses because the moon only passes through the outer shadow. Yeah, the penumbra, not nearly as dark as the inner shadow or the umbra. But it will be a precursor to the jaw-dropping spectacle that will unfold just a couple of weeks later, the one that many are anticipating, April the 8th, which will be the total solar eclipse. Millions of people are planning to travel from all around the world to see this top event of 2024 for North America. Arguably, it will be the best astronomy event of the decade. For a few moments on Monday, April the 8th, the moon will completely block out the sun, creating a stunning total solar eclipse. Now, the first in North America since 2017, but it's only visible along, it's a narrow path stretching from Texas to Maine, portions of Mexico and Atlantic Canada as well. But many others around the country will be able to see a pretty impressive partial solar eclipse. But after this April event, they tell us a total solar eclipse will not be visible from the lower 48 until the year 2044. Yeah, how many of us will be around for that? Yeah, but I know millions of folks planning, and I won't have to travel far. That totality is pretty close to our home 20. Looking forward to that.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The conflict between Israel and Hamas persists in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli forces spokesperson has indicated that the military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism, saying that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the United States is in a better position than any country in the world to lead the world. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant 7.5 magnitude earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. Residents in certain regions of west central Japan have been taking refuge on elevated terrain as the recent earthquake induced minor tsunamis. 4 deaths have been reported. Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 Monday morning. The U.S. Geological Survey stated that the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in Los Angeles County. Fortunately, there have been no reports of damage or injuries. California is making history by becoming the initial state to provide health insurance to all undocumented migrants. Governor Gavin Newsom expressed to ABC News that he believes everyone should have access to high-quality, affordable health care, regardless of income or immigration status. With more than 2 million undocumented migrants in California, experts estimate that the extension of the health insurance to this population will incur an annual cost of more than $3 billion for Californians. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Another American youngster takes an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country.
16-year-old Logan Lose was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead, he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. It is similar to what happened to a 6-year-old unaccompanied boy last month around Christmas who took a Spirit Airlines flight from Philadelphia to Fort Myers, Florida, despite the fact he'd intended to travel to see his grandmother in Orlando. I'm Ryan Daniels.
2024 will be a leap year, giving folks another day to add to the calendar. Leap Day gets added to the end of February every 4 years, mostly to keep our dates in sync with the natural seasons. While we count 365 days in every year, here on Earth, it actually takes the planet roughly 365 and a quarter days to travel all the way around the sun. A fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man. That victim was retrieved from the waters off Maui at approximately 11 in the morning local time on Saturday. He was taken to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, he died from the injuries that he suffered in that shark attack on Sunday morning. In response to the incident, Baldwin Beach Park and Lower Paia Park were temporarily closed, but both of those parks have since been reopened. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, welcome back as we roll on. A new day, a new year. I trust you had a wonderful New Year's and Christmas weekend. Haven't had a chance to talk since kicking off the Christmas weekend there. Summers family and enjoyed Christmas and New Year's weekend. In the auto racing community, a racing legend, Gil de Ferran, passing away over the New Year's weekend at the age of 56. According to the Associated Press report, de Ferran was actually driving with his son at a private motor racing club in Opelika, Florida. When he stopped the vehicle, said he wasn't feeling well. He was taken to the hospital, pronounced dead, cardiac arrest. Apparently, although he never competed in Formula One, the French-born Brazilian had a very successful career in the IndyCar kart series from 95 to 2003, winning a series of titles, including the Indy 500 for Penske Racing back in 2003. After retiring from the sport, he built a successful career in Formula One, working as the sporting director for the Bar, Honda, and McLaren teams. Another of his achievements included holding the closed course land speed record, clocking in one lap at a staggering 241.42 miles per hour. Of course, over the weekend, tributes pouring in from the Brazilian, including McLaren and Roger Penske, owner of the Penske Automotive Group, for which de Ferran competed. McLaren said everyone in McLaren Racing shocked and saddened, deeply saddened, to learn we've lost a beloved member of the McLaren family over the weekend. So you never know when your number comes up, right? But welcome back as we roll into a Tuesday morning. Anonymous Hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, them heart attack things, they aren't nothing to mess with. I can guarantee you that. So, but anyway, so where are we going to go here? I had a couple things. So the FMCSA, well, if they need to, they get an extra day in February this year. 29 days in February. So
leap year.
Maybe they can leap year. Yep. So maybe they can. They probably won't even get it done by then. But how about we just set the speed at 55 miles an hour? You know, for in the 1970s and 80s, wasn't 55? Wasn't that the safe speed, the one to conserve gas? And
yep.
It was supposed to be safe for everybody. Maybe we should just make all the trucks go 55 miles an hour and be done with it.
Double nickel for everybody.
There you go. Well, all the trucks, anyways. You know, we got to have the dual speed zones on all the interstates so the cars can go zipping in and out of everything. You know, but you know, because it's a lot better to make sure we have two different speed limits for, you know, the same highway.
Right, safe way to go.
It's better that way. That's right. So, so do you think it's global warming or climate change that's the major problem here, Your Honor? You know, we got these ice flows. The ice is not thick enough. It's not getting thick enough, and it's breaking off, and the fishermen are going out in the water. This isn't the first time this has happened. This has been on the news a couple of times during the last year or two. And of course, you had the earthquake over there in Japan. Of course, now wait a minute. Now earthquakes, maybe they're not caused by climate change. Maybe they're caused by fracking, aren't they? Do they do a lot of fracking in Japan, Your Honor?
Right. You know, I noticed where Japan had their big quake there, you know, Monday, and it's kind of a global thing. You know, surprise, surprise. Had, what was it, a 4.1 there, California, yesterday?
Yeah. So, well, I was glad to see they didn't get that tsunami thing there like they did back in 2011. So I don't know if it had anything to do, but I think they said that it was centered there on the west side of Japan, and not really out into the Pacific on the east side of Japan. So maybe that had something to do with not getting the tsunamis like they were. But that was pretty bad back in 2011 when they had all that mess. But anyway, so now how is this whole deal in California going to work, Your Honor? Now I'm just trying to figure out the California fiscal budget. What is their money? How is this all going to work out there for the great people of California? I heard on the news that every person in California is going to qualify for medical coverage.
Yes.
So all these illegal aliens and all that and they said something like $3 billion. Now, do they figure they're going to have an increased tax base? Because did I hear right?
The illegals.
The fast food workers are going to have a minimum wage of $20 an hour. Are they expecting a windfall from the fast food industry workers that they're going to have all this extra money?
Yeah.
Or I'm still trying to figure out how you're going to be able to have your Whopper Flopper down there serving Big Macs there, you know, down at the McDonald's there. How's the Whopper Flopper McDonald's? How's he going to afford to be able to buy one of those burgers at $20 an hour, Your Honor? So I did see it's like half the states, I think it was increasing the minimum wage up to like $15 an hour or above. And I think Washington State was starting out at $16 an hour. And then the other half were staying at what the federal standard was, which is $7.25. Talk about a disparity in there. I tell you, you go across one state, you can make double the money for the same job. But anyway,
but then, like you said, then you got your
crazy.
Then you got your $20 number one combo though. Like you said, you're still working an hour for a Happy Meal.
Well, yeah. Well, you got to work 2 hours because you got to take out the federal income tax, the state income tax, the FICA, Social Security, all the other you don't, and then you're back at poverty level and they think this is going to help inflation. So I guess we just have to ask when the
There's never been a better.
Yep. Well, and the fact of the matter is, there's what was the number? It's going to cost $3.1 billion annually, and if memory serves, didn't we, the working taxpayers in this country recently essentially bail California out because they were so in debt.
Yeah.
We had this COVID pandemic thing, and we shipped how many billions to California realistically, to bail them out. How are they going to bail them out this time?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought all the fast food people getting paid $20 an hour, because they're going to fast track that. I think it goes up to 15, and then within like 1 year it goes to 20. But I just thought all that extra tax revenue they get from that higher tax, on those higher wages would make up the difference. But
right.
No, I don't know. There's no way. We're already so far in debt that this will never come out. This and all these states, I don't know. Can they claim bankruptcy, or how does that work? I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, I think you're right on the money with this storm, Your Honor, you're talking about, because our local prognosticators there, they've been saying that Saturday night, Sunday morning there, we're going to have our first measurable snowfall in 2 years. I mean, last year at the house, I think I had a grand total for the season of maybe half an inch, and the year before that, I think we had some in December, and so it's I don't know. I actually went out yesterday, and I haven't got the heavy equipment put on yet. So I got a snow blower to put on one riding tractor and a blade to put on the other one, and I still haven't gotten done cleaning up leaves yet. You're worried about snow, and I ain't even got done with leaves
right.
yet.
Hey, I did get a Christmas gift. Young Steven got. It's not a snow blower. What they call it? I think it's like a snow broom or whatever. It's electric. It's battery powered thing, but you just kind of push it and it does the snow blower thing. That's good for an inch or two of snow. It ain't going to be good for 6 inches, but.
Yeah, I got the next size up from that. I got those 2-cycle engine ones. They got like a 20 or 22 inch blade, or kind of an auger out in front there, and they got rubber belts on them, and it's a throw snower or a snow tosser, I guess. It's not even really a snow blower. It's just like a snow tosser. But anyways, I kind of put them away, and of course they didn't get run last year. I never even tried to start them. So, and they're 2-cycle engines on them, so they're a little bit ignorant to begin with because of the gas oil mix and that. And I never figured out the best way to leave them, because with the oil in them, I don't worry about the condensation so much in them with the the oil mixed in the gas. So, but we still use a stabilizer and everything, because there's a stabilizer for the 2-cycle and all that. And so so these things you can either pull the rope, or you can plug an extension cord into them and use the little electric starter. But you got to be careful with that little electric starter, because it actually has a plastic gear. The gear that slides over into the flywheel is a plastic gear, so you got to be gentle with them. You can't overexert it too much, or you'll strip the teeth right off them. So anyways, we got them spinning around a little bit and got some fresh gas put in them, and they got the little primer bubble on them there. So they turn it over and not starting with a choke in either position. I start pumping the primer button, and boy, first one started up and got that one going, and then I got the second one going the same way. So I got 2 little pieces of at least motorized snow equipment that I can try to start moving a little bit of snow with. And I guess if it starts getting too deep, I'll have to install the snow blower on the old 1975 wheel horse and bring the old tractor out of the shed there to see if we can actually do some big snow removal. But that old tractor does a good old job there. It's got the old 16 horse Kohler on it, and I tell you what, I don't know. Seems like everything I own, Your Honor, somewhere between 40 and 50 years old.
Hey, we're not getting old, are we?
Yeah, I know. I just can't give up on it and go to this newer stuff. It doesn't seem to have the quality, and I've already got my investment in all this, and it all seems to work, and you keep it greased up and maintained a little bit, and it just keeps working every year. So I don't know. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you here. And so now one last thing here, quick, and we'll let you do a middle of the thing break, because you don't have that on the hard side. Now, you said this eclipse is going to happen on April the 8th, didn't you?
Correct.
Now, do you remember the little thing that, the little saying, there's the thing that the March winds bring the April. What happens in April? March winds bring April.
April showers.
Yeah. What produces showers, Your Honor?
Oh, yeah, a lot of cloud cover, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking. Good luck on that thing, April 8th.
Yeah, you can't help but wonder. I mean, that 2017, the 2017 eclipse, just a few years ago. Yeah, we had a beautiful sunny day, and we were like in the 85% or 90% totality zone for that one. And I wasn't overly impressed. I thought it was going to get a lot darker than it did. This time around, I won't have to drive but just a few short miles to at least very, very briefly be in the totality zone, which, as far as the state of Indiana is concerned, it's almost the southern 2/3 of the state. Indianapolis, you're almost like in the bullseye dead center of the totality for the eclipse there. But yeah, we'll see. You got to wonder about Mother Nature. Nonetheless, if it's cloudy or not, for those in the totality zone, it'll be eerie to be totally, at least briefly, darkness for a few minutes in the middle of the day. But we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll hear from... Looks like Brain Dead's on board for the new year. Philip will be checking in from Florida. Pappy, I wanted to share this as we close out officially another year. And as far as the law enforcement community, a very dangerous job, right? The numbers, not nearly as bad as 22 or especially 2021, but 123 American police officers killed in the line of duty in 23, including 47 from gunshot wounds. According to the latest numbers as we close out 23, of course, that number exposes the danger. It's a remarkable decline, they say, in policing deaths in recent years. More than half the 250 total from 22, which was almost 1/3 of the record 710 officer deaths for 2021. Now, it says officer deaths in the line of duty. If memory serves, I think many of those in 21 had actually died of COVID or COVID complications. That's what I'm thinking. But either way, the killings did not cease over the New Year's weekend. Greensboro, North Carolina. Police Sergeant Philip Dale Nix shot and killed after he witnessed multiple men committing a crime at a gas station. Nix was a 23-year veteran with the Greensboro Police Department. Ultimately, 3 men arrested in the case, including 18-year-old Jameer Foster, who is now charged with first-degree murder and larceny. During the news conference over the weekend, the Greensboro police chief didn't specify what crime the officer witnessed or give additional details about what led up to the shooting. But, yeah, he did say another off-duty Greensboro officer and a paramedic were on the scene when Nix was shot and immediately rendered aid, but did not survive. Greensboro's mayor also spoke to the media Saturday night, saying the department needs time to complete their investigation and bring the suspects to justice. All right, it is 844-3388. But is my memory, is that correct? A lot of officers died when they say in the line of duty. Was it the COVID that many of them succumbed to in 21?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Steve. To be honest about it, I don't know.
Yeah, that was 710, because that's off the rails kind of numbers.
Yeah. I guess if you were forced to take the shot or lose your job, right?
Yep.
Would be considered line of duty, I guess. Yeah, Steve, I'm glad to hear the numbers are down, if in fact those are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you, man, I come into work, man. I share with you every once in a while the emails from Police One. It's a publication for police officers. They put out a lot of info on all the crimes being committed. It seems like every time you turn around, there's one getting killed. Hey, the daughter texted me. I don't know if he said this yet or not, but woke up to a text today from the daughter out in L.A.
Yeah.
She was woke up to a 4.5 point earthquake.
Okay.
She said, it's a great way to start out the new year, ain't it, Dad? I said, all right, it's just the beginning, man. Hold on tight. I think, did they say somebody else had an earthquake? Was it Japan?
Well, Japan had a 7.6, and I've seen some of the video from over there. Man, oh man, that was, I mean, they were rocking and rolling. How did she describe how it felt?
Well, this ain't the first one she's been through. She was sleeping. She said she woke up to the bed vibrating.
Okay.
So she kind of knew what was happening, but so I guess it didn't seem that too bad to her, other than, she could tell they were having an earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like tremendously bad where, the leaders in the house are swinging, But she could definitely feel enough to wake her up from her sleep.
Okay.
And also speaking of California, Steve, every time I stopped a car, I always told them why I stopped them. First thing out of my mouth.
So you're not the one that comes up, hey, you know why I pulled you over? 'Cause it's been a number of years, knock on wood, many years since I was last pulled over, but that's the first thing the officer said. I said, I guess I was speeding. But hold that thought. We got to pause there. News break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant 7.5 magnitude earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. 4 deaths have been reported. The conflict between Israel and Hamas persists in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli forces spokesperson has indicated that military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains firm in rejecting any calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Box office numbers are out for New Year's weekend, and the two movies from last week have traded places. Wonka came in first, taking in $24 million. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom came in second with $19.5. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go, back at it, right about the halfway point on a Tuesday. Welcome into the new year. All right, back to Pappy. So you were out and about over the New Year's weekend doing your thing. How'd things go? Things get crazy there on Sunday night?
You get my text message I sent you?
I don't, maybe not.
Well, you probably were sleeping when I sent it. Probably around 5 o'clock.
Okay. No, I was sleeping.
Yeah. Well, go get your phone, Steve. Little 10-second video of a certain area here in our area. They weren't firecrackers going off.
Oh, really? I did see apparently there was somebody downtown in the bar district that got hit by a stray bullet, as they pull it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So it was raining bullets at midnight, right?
Sidewalk. Yep. What goes up must come down. At least that's what Darwin's taught us, right?
Yeah.
Or was it? I don't know. Was it invented gravity? I can't remember now, man. Getting Alzheimer's. But yeah, your township, the township you live in, was off the hook, Steve. Off the hook.
Really?
Yeah, sir. It was mainly underage consumption parties. Where mom and dad are probably out at their friends' parties.
Yeah.
And I guess teenagers decided they're going to throw a little party while mom and dad's gone. You know how it is. But there were several of them that just got way, way out of hand. Way out of hand. And yeah, they went to a couple runs where I guess I don't call them accidental discharge of a firearm. It's a negligent discharge.
Right.
There's really no accidentals because it's not accidental. If you pull that trigger, it's negligent. I guess on two separate occasions, guy fired and cut off inside his house. Oh. Yeah, so they were pretty busy. Actually, out here where I work, it wasn't that terribly bad. It was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing out of the crazy ordinary. Friday night all nights were busy. Friday night was busy. We knew it. I mean, you're coming into the holiday weekend, New Year's. It's just the way it is. Well, yeah, see, I always, listen, when I pull somebody over, normally, Steve, when you pull somebody over for a traffic violation, these are law-abiding citizens just going to and from work, right? Always try to be as respectful to that person as possible. Always told them, the reason I pulled you over clocked you going 50 miles an hour at 35. And I even asked them, Steve, is there any reason why you're traveling that fast? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I never did, and unfortunately, you see it with officers, Steve. They'll walk up, hey, you got your driver's license and insurance card. Well, why did you stop me, officer? You just do what I say. Get your driver's license.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We don't treat people that way. Not supposed to, anyway. More often than not, Steve, you'd be surprised, man, when I rip off the back of that ticket and hand it to that person, thanking me Believe it or not, it's happened on, I can't tell you how many occasions. But you're standing there, you're having a conversation with them, explaining to them why you stopped them, and just go through the whole spiel, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, man, thank you, officer, ever get home safe, you know. It's because you treated them with respect. And you never chew somebody out. I have done this. You don't do both. You don't chew somebody out and give them a ticket. You don't do that. You just get out your pen, write them a ticket, explain to them why they're getting it. If you're going to jump somebody's butt and start chewing them out, well, then they get a chew out. They don't get a ticket. You just don't do both. What else is going on, man? Hey, I'll tell you what, Steve, that little photo that your daughter posted of you and her. Is she cute as a button or what?
All right. Yeah.
Little dimples in her cheeks. That's a great picture.
We were standing there I think I was actually at the kitchen sink, and she just comes up and leans over, and I look up, and she's like, you know, so okay, so I got to smile for the picture, close up selfie.
Right. Very photogenic, man.
Yep.
Very photogenic young lady. Hey, where'd you say that? If I'm not mistaken, when was that totality happen? Because if I'm not mistaken, Steve, just about all we have to do is go maybe about 50 miles north of us.
Not even that. I mean,
Well,
it's like right. I mean, it goes right up the Ohio River line, and I mean, Dayton's going to be like in the totality. If we just cross right over into Indiana, it's just right there.
Yes. You know, I was thinking it's not about a 45-minute drive, maybe an hour. That was this year, correct?
No, coming up April the 8th of this year, 24. April the 8th is the date of totality. Yeah.
April 8th.
April the 8th.
I have to look that up, see what day of the week that is.
I think it's a Monday, oddly enough.
Wonder if I'm working. I don't know, Steve. We might have to take a road trip, man. What time is that? Well, we'll check it out later.
Yeah.
You know, but if I'm off, man, you don't usually hit the sack till around 3, right?
No, 1 to 3, somewhere, depending on what's going on. But
yeah, you have to see what time that hits, man. We might have to take a road trip. Well, I guess you heard about the state of Maine too, right? Secretary of State up in Maine
removing Trump, right?
Yep. So you got a non-elected official, one person, has a hearing, brings in one witness who shows this lady a couple videos of January 6th that were taken off of YouTube. And she declares Trump was involved in an insurrection and removes him from the ballot, bypassing all the rules of the state. We called that, though, didn't we, when Oklahoma?
Colorado. I mean, obviously, we're waiting. Waiting for the Supreme Court to take up the Colorado. I mean, they're going to have to get to this ASAP because, I mean, well, of course, California, they were. How odd is it that California opted not to remove him? Not like he has a chance of winning there anyway, but you know.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable, the shenanigans they're pulling. Oh, man. Hey, I'll tell you this, though, Steve. I noticed this today. I don't know if anybody else has said anything. The app volume on your show is kicking.
It's up.
I noticed it right away. Usually when I go, from the Facebook and I switch over to the app, you always notice that little volume decline. And it wasn't there tonight, and it's flat out kicking. Usually I got to turn the app all the way up. You know,
Gotcha.
I mean, I can hear it fine. It's
Yeah.
not like,
Well, I mean,
you know,
some could and some couldn't apparently, but after weeks and weeks, we had been working on it. It was that, and when I got done that Friday morning there, heading into Christmas weekend, I sat here and fiddled, and all of a sudden I hit it. I found where it was. And actually, I was talking to Horse Feathers that morning. I said, dude, yeah, I want you to pull up the app, and I'm gonna do a test on this. We're gonna see if it actually works. And lo and behold, he said, "Yep, there it is. That's it."
Yep, whatever you did, it fixed the problem. So, all right, my man, that's really about all I got, man. I got tonight, tomorrow off. Got a fire going. Steve, it can snow this weekend if it wants. I just don't care because I am off.
There you go. Yeah. I don't know.
Wednesday, Thursday.
It's still a little bit early, but they're talking like we may be in that zone to see our first decent snow of the year. I don't know.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's that time of year, my man. All right. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend, and let's strap ourselves in. Get ready for this new year, Steve. Everybody be safe.
Here it is, 2024. Yeah, how crazy is it going to get? It is 844-844-3388. Hey, Philip, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Steve. How you doing there, buddy?
After a long winter's nap, which wasn't really a nap, here we're back live, back in the saddle again.
Yeah, and I'm doing my due diligence here to serve the state of Florida with our new law that just got over. I'm pulling over right now so I can go around somebody that's off the side of the road here. So if anybody's driving in Florida now, we have a new law down here. If somebody's on the side of the road there, you've got to pull over. Not just for law enforcement anymore. It's for anybody that's on the side of the road. So if there's a car on the shoulder, you have to get over. And for you folks that really like to go around somebody on the right after they've pulled over, you're going to be the first one to get the ticket. So hopefully it takes place, right? So you guys have that in Ohio?
Yeah, move over law, absolutely. It's supposed to be like in any vehicle with flashing lights, tow truck, ambulance, fire truck, even somebody with their emergency hazard lights on in a car.
Yeah, it's down here. It's anybody that's on the side of the road. No lights or anything. Just it's anything on the side of the road. You have to get over. So that just went into effect yesterday. But did you hear about the woes of SpaceX there, Steve? You remember that rocket that went and landed on that barge and back at 19 times? Remember that rocket?
Yeah.
Well, you know, they showed it landing for the 19th time on the barge, and everything was fantastic and all that stuff. Well, they went to bring that thing back on the barge, and they've got a machine on that barge that actually holds that rocket onto the barge, and they were getting ready to put that machine on it and get it out to it, and it fell over and busted into a bunch of pieces. So I don't think it's going to be going no more than 19 times now.
I did not hear
considered it
that.
a total loss. Yeah, but SpaceX has been busy. They got everything static fired and all that now, and all they got to do now is a wet dress rehearsal and get okayed from the FAA to go for the next the big Starship Heavy thing. So
I did
see how that plays out.
So you finally got the Falcon Heavy up over the way. I was looking at. I guess it was a beautiful daytime launch. People that were capturing those boosters returning. And I was watching one of the videos just before the show started, and it was really, really cool how you get to, it's almost like a triple boom from each of them, like the sonic boom, and then you suddenly you can hear them thrusters. Very impressive.
Well, at the time when the Falcon Heavy went off, they actually launched it at 8 o'clock at night, and then they launched another regular Falcon 9 at 11 with Starlinks. My wife stayed up for both of those. I had to go to sleep for work, but she told me that it was amazing. she said the booster return was better than the launch. I mean, it was clear as a bell. She said the separation on the Falcon Heavy she said it was unbelievable. You could see everything. Its clarity was unbelievable. And everybody walked into the house and didn't think about it, but her and my daughter stayed out, and they saw the return of those boosters back to the cave, and she said that was crazy. She said she'd never seen them that clear before. She said you could see everything. It was very clear. And then she stayed up for the other one. She said the other one was amazing too. It was a really good launch. They actually launched them. The Falcon Heavy went to the north, and the Falcon 9, it went kind of to the east, but you could still see it. And she said they were two clean launches. She said, no, I've never seen them that good before. So we had some exciting times down there around Christmas Eve, Steve. This is something I want to mention. I talked to some of the guys last week when you were off. We were all chatting on the phone. We had a family that had a major conjunction on Christmas Eve. You know how kids will fight over presents, Steve? One will get more than the other. You've seen that time and time again with teenagers. Okay, in Largo, Florida, we had these teenager boys. One was 14, one was 15. And they have a 23-year-old sister. And their 23-year-old sister has 2 kids. So they all were going over to the grandmother's house in Largo to drop the 23-year-old's kids off because she had to go to work at an assisted living facility. And the boys were going to stay with the grandmother, the teenagers. And these boys were arguing about one getting more presents than the other for Christmas. Well, this argument spurred in so bad that the 15-year-old pulled out a 40 cal and was threatening the 14-year-old with a 40 caliber pistol. And their uncle got involved and separated them, said, hey, you guys need to chill down. There ain't no sense to doing this and that kind of thing. Well, the sister tried helping out too and saying, hey, you guys need to chill down. Well, the 15-year-old threatened his sister and her child, and he shot his sister and killed her. Now, 8 seconds later, the 14-year-old pulls out a 45 cal and shoots the 15-year-old in the stomach. Now, the 15-year-old's going to live, but he's got facing charges for killing his sister. And the 14-year-old is facing charges for shooting his brother. Now, how these 2 teenagers got these guns, they were both had committed burglaries in cars and had stolen weapons and were well known to have committed these crimes, and they'd been doing it since the 14-year-old been doing it since he's 12. And it's something that we need to pay attention to today with today's youth. Everybody thinks you're going to pull out a gun and just go for it. It don't work that way. It's a pretty bad situation. And this girl who passed away, she was just a working mom trying to make a living for her kids. And it's funny how things happen. And it was a pretty bad story, Steve. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but it was pretty rough. Did you hear anything about it?
I saw kind of the headlines about argument over Christmas presents leads to 2 deaths or whatever, but it was 2 dead or 2 shot, whatever. Like, that's sad. So that's the way they spent their Christmas day, in other words.
You got it. It was their Christmas Eve is when it happened. It was in Largo, Florida. The family lives in actually Oldsmar, Florida, which is it's over in the Tampa area. And I saw the briefing that the sheriff gave on it, and he said that he had never seen something like this in his life ever. But it's a problem that we have down here in Florida right now, and it's really getting, I don't know if it's got nationwide or not, and I kind of wonder what Pappy would think about this. We're having a real bad problem down here with people leaving guns in their cars and leaving their cars unlocked.
Wow.
And a lot of these burglaries are happening. We had an instance, this was Grady Judd it's been about a month ago, I guess. He pulled over a 14-year-old over here on I-4 and who had a stolen vehicle. And this guy was 72 thefts, and they were all with stolen weapons. It's going crazy. And the problem they're having, too, with it down here is a lot of people buy a gun, but they don't do the registration process complete. So it's like they register the gun, they think it's registered in my name, but when you register a gun, you have to have the serial number and all the numbers and everything have to match up, and everything has to be complete on the registration. Well, we're having a big problem with people aren't doing that correctly, and they're not registering their gun. Then they're putting it in their car, they're leaving their car unlocked, and then somebody's stealing this gun, and this gun is an unregistered gun, and then they're turning up on the street in different crimes. It's happening a lot. They had an instance in Polk County where a 19-year-old got arrested with a gun. He dropped the gun. They came back to get the gun, and the gun was gone. Somebody had stole the gun out of the ground. So that gun could be possibly back out there and being used again in a crime. And that's the stuff, Steve, that gives all the Second Amendment argument, that gives it a bad rap, because you've got a lot of this stuff happening now. And it's happening down here a lot. I didn't think it would be that bad, but did some research, and it's happening a lot down here. I'm not sure about Ohio or any of the other states, but it's happening quite a bit. And it runs somebody's Christmas. I mean, this family is broke up now.
Absolutely.
Totally broke up now.
Yeah.
So, and there was a death in motorsports. I don't know if you heard about it, another one. And I don't know if you keep up with drag racing or not, but do you know who Don Schumacher is?
Yes, I'm familiar. Yeah, I think that he passed away. I think I had that just before Christmas, wasn't it?
Yeah, just before Christmas, Don Schumacher passed away.
Yep.
And he was a very influential person in the NHRA, and he was a team owner. He, in the business world, I mean, there's a lot of people out there have heard of Schumacher Electric. He's the man behind that. Guy did a lot of stuff in drag racing. Built a lot of safety equipment. He was responsible for a lot of the funny car, the funny car stuff that you see out there, that safety equipment. The rail dragsters with the covered canopies. So that's all I got, buddy. I know you're coming up on your news thing too. So y'all have a good day and Happy New Year, everybody.
All right. Hey, Happy New Year to you, Philip. Thank you for checking in. And what do we have? It is 844-844-3388. All right, so we'll take care of a news break, come back here with more of your calls. And apparently, Pappy said, a matter of fact, here in Ohio, the governor just signed a bill making it a criminal offense to leave your firearm in your vehicle. If it gets stolen, the owner can actually be charged criminally, apparently. Didn't realize that.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. The tsunami warnings that were issued after a 7.5 magnitude earthquake shook Japan have been scaled back. Residents in west central Japan were seeking higher ground after that quake triggered tsunami warnings. There have been strong aftershocks, and rescue teams are trying to search for survivors in the rubble of homes and buildings. About 33,000 people right now are without power, and some areas have giant cracks in roadways and parts of the earth that makes it very difficult to get to hospitals. There's a much anticipated list of names set to be revealed in the new year.
The release, ordered by a federal judge in New York, could shed more light on who worked with or profited from prolific billionaire and alleged sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was found dead of suspected suicide in a jail cell in 2019. Thus far, since details of Epstein's alleged crimes have come to light, the list of 180 names has remained mostly redacted and out of the public eye. U.S. District Judge Loretta Preska issued a 51-page order approving the release last month. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Ukrainians marking the new year with a day of mourning in Kiev. The death toll has risen from Russia's latest and largest aerial barrage of the war. There are now at least 52 deaths confirmed since Russia sent 150 cruise missiles and attack drones at targets across Ukraine on Friday. Ukraine did respond on Saturday, hitting a Russian border town with an aerial bombardment and killing an estimated 20 Russian civilians. A much anticipated Ukrainian counteroffensive in late spring and summer 2023 has mostly stalled, and front lines appear as though they may remain static throughout the coming winter. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
2024 will be a leap year, giving people another day to add to the calendar. Leap Day gets added to the end of February every 4 years, with some exceptions, mostly to keep our dates in sync with the natural seasons. Now, while we count 365 days in every year on Earth, it actually takes the planet roughly 365 and a quarter days to travel all the way around the sun. February 29th takes that extra time into account. If it didn't, day by day, over time, the seasons would no longer match the traditional calendar year. The truck driver involved in the head-on collision that killed Dixie Chicks founding member Laura Lynch could be facing criminal charges. A sergeant with the Texas Department of Public Safety telling TMZ they're awaiting results of drug and alcohol tests that were taken of the truck driver. Investigators say the truck collided head-on with Lynch's vehicle when the driver got into Lynch's lane while attempting to pass two other vehicles. That crash happened on December 22nd. Outside of El Paso, Texas. The Powerball jackpot growing to an estimated $810 million after no tickets matched all 6 winning numbers in the latest drawing Saturday. The next drawing tonight. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, you made it through the first day of the new year. Welcome into the second day of January for 2024. Here it is. And hello to Spaceman. Happy New Year. Is the show live? Yeah, January 2nd. I said Facebook says it's December 22nd. Website says it's Thanksgiving show. I don't know what the hell. Hey, but we're here. We're live. Good to have you with us. Now, we left off talking about gun laws. Let me follow up there. So I guess, I don't know if that kicked in at the first of the year in Ohio, where the governor just signed a bill in the state of Ohio, making it a criminal offense. If you leave your firearm in your vehicle and somebody steals it, the owner of that firearm can actually be criminally charged. Don't leave your guns. I don't care if it's in the glove box. He also said, he said at least once, sometimes twice a week, I have to sign off on a report of a gun being stolen out of a vehicle or from somebody's home. Unbelievable how irresponsible people are. All right. Then in the state of California, with the new year, the California law that bans people from carrying firearms in most public places was to take effect this past day. Even as the court case continues challenging that law, a U.S. district judge issued a ruling on December the 20th to block the law from taking effect, saying it violates the Second Amendment and deprives people of their ability to defend themselves and their loved ones. But over the weekend, Saturday, a federal appeals court put a temporary hold on the district judge's ruling. That decision allows the law to go in effect as the legal fight continues. Attorneys are scheduled to file arguments on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in January and February. Newsom signed the law prohibiting people from carrying concealed guns in 26 places, including public parks, playgrounds, churches, banks, zoos. Now, that ban applies apparently regardless of whether the person actually has a permit to carry a concealed weapon. One exception would be privately owned businesses that put up signs saying people are allowed to bring guns on their premises. Governor Newsom said this ruling will allow our common sense gun laws to remain in place while we appeal the district court's dangerous ruling. Californians overwhelmingly support efforts to ensure that places like hospitals, libraries, and children's playgrounds remain safe and free from guns. Just keep it in mind that more often than not, the criminals don't care, and the bad guys oftentimes, more often than not, look for those gun-free zones to go in and commit their heinous crimes. California Rifle and Pistol Association sued to block the law. When the district judge granted a preliminary injunction blocking the law, he said that this law was sweeping, repugnant to the Second Amendment, and openly defiant of the Supreme Court. Carney wrote that gun rights groups are likely to succeed in proving it is unconstitutional, meaning it will be permanently overturned at some point in time. But it sounds like the case because, yes, the Supreme Court has ruled on more than one occasion why they try to push things like this to go back to the courts. But that's California, right? It is 844-844-3388. Welcome into a new year. Hope you had a wonderful holiday. Happy New Year, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and a big old Happy New Year to you, too. I spent 11 days at the house, and then right at the last minute, they called me and said, oh, we got an 0700 on Tuesday. You got to be out there in Carson, California. I was out there in the Los Angeles Metroplex, so I left enough time to get in here tonight and get my 10-hour break in so I can turn around. You ever wonder why comic books are so high dollar?
Why is that?
Well, I brought a load of comic books out here to deliver this place out here in Carson, out of Memphis. And then I'm going about 30 miles down the road. I'm going to pick a load of comic books up and carry it right back to the same place in Memphis. They spend more time riding around on my truck than they do anything, right?
Okay.
Yep. Well, I got news for all them dumbasses out there. If you leave your gun in a car, I'm all for gun control. Lock it up in a gun safe unless you intend to use it, and then hit what you're aiming at there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read where Tom Brady was so happy that Michigan won, he ripped his shirt off, and I can't tell you what he said because you'd have to run that truck over me or something, I guess. Did you get that message I sent you the other day?
As in like a text message?
Oh, no, that's all right, because I didn't even send you one there. I just wanted to be like the rest of them and ask that question.
Okay. I was going to say, I guess I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to my phone, which I don't even, on a good day, but, during the holidays, it was pretty much locked up most of the weekend.
I don't blame you. I'd hide that thing, too. Well, see, when they asked me, do you know why I pulled you over? I tell them, well, I'm not a mind reader, so why don't you tell me? And, but that's good that they got to tell you now what they're actually pulling you over for. I read on Fox News that they got a new vaccine out there for skin cancer, and it shows groundbreaking results in a clinical trial. So we'll see how far down the road that gets there. And today is National Cream Puff Day. So I don't know. I'm not gonna eat no cream puffs anyway. All right, I got one for you here now. A guy walks into a bar in Mexico. A sign says, if you can make this donkey laugh, you'll win $100. Guy walks over and whispers in the donkey's ear. The donkey starts laughing uncontrollably. A week later, the same guy walks into the bar. The sign says, if you can make this donkey stop laughing, you'll win $100. The guy walks over, whispers in the donkey's ear. The donkey quits laughing and starts crying. He collects his $100. The bartender asks him, what did you say to the donkey? He said, well, last week I told him my Johnson is bigger than yours. He started laughing. Today I showed him.
Yeah.
Oh, would you eat your black-eyed peas and turnip greens?
No, sir. I don't know that I've ever ate black-eyed peas and turnip greens to start a new year. How about you?
Yeah, well, Tennessee and I done that too. What was your New Year's resolution that you plan on breaking this year?
I did not make a resolution. Nope.
Well, I ain't got but one resolution I use, and I don't ever plan on breaking it there, and that's making positive investments for the profitability of Jesus Christ. And I read this on the Babylon Bees team. This is Biden's top 10 accomplishments of 2023. Reduced obesity in America by making food unaffordable. It was so simple. Cleaned up all the cocaine bags someone was leaving around the White House. Decency restored. Kept American hostages safe from junk feeds during their stay with Hamas. Not one single junk feed. Set an all-time record for people illegally streaming into the U.S. because he's the most popular president ever. Numbers don't lie. Raised dementia awareness by 400%. Also sandbag awareness. Created record numbers of new billionaires. They're all over in Ukraine, but he still made billionaires out of them, right? Promoted transparency by releasing several behind-the-scenes videos from Capitol staffers. Campaign promises delivered. Saved democracy by arresting political opponents and not allowing people to vote for anyone else. Thanks, Joe. Set a new record by spending 40% of the time on vacation, finally giving Delaware Beach the attention it so richly deserves, and heroically stayed alive to save America from a Kamala Harris presidency. We salute you, Mr. Biden. And that's all of my bull on it for this go-around. I'll shut my big mouth and let somebody else get in there. Steve, have a great, blessed day, buddy. It's been good talking to you.
Safe travels, Knucklebuster, as you head out to California. You know, as satirical, a.k.a. fictitious and funny that top 10 list was supposed to be, the irony is it's pretty damn accurate.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, thank you much. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. As we kick off a brand new year. And in some cases, you pick right up where you left off the old. Start with the report that came out. Yeah, right there, Friday, as we were heading into the Christmas weekend. You ever notice how oftentimes the government likes to hold things off to a Friday afternoon because nobody will notice. Nobody's paying attention, especially as we head into like the Christmas weekend. It was the U.S. Customs and Border Protection report, showing that border officials had over 240,000 encounters with those attempting to cross the border, and this was the November numbers. A new record for encounters in the month of November. According to the CBP report, for November of fiscal year 24, remember October to October is a fiscal year, November saw 242,418 encounters on the southern border. The New York Post reported that the number of migrant encounters, the third highest number of migrant encounters and the highest number of encounters ever reported in the month of November. Interesting how the Daily Wire reported the timing of that report, published 3 days before Christmas. It led to criticism from Chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green. Green claimed that the Biden administration was attempting to hide these numbers by releasing the report just before Christmas. He says, quote, by strategically holding the release of these numbers until the Friday before Christmas, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is unabashedly showing the full measure of his duplicity. These numbers are so bad, he wants as few Americans to see them as possible. Green warned the number of December encounters, which was just announced this past day, is going to be even more grim, and indeed it was. However, the Homeland Security Committee chairman said Mayorkas will not have a major holiday as a convenient shield to hide behind as we start the new year. And indeed, he did not. This cowardly quest to evade accountability is further reason why my committee is initiating impeachment proceedings against Mayorkas early in the new year. This devastating, utter disaster for our country will no longer be tolerated, a.k.a. Mayorkas. Now, just how bad were the December numbers? Well, the U.S. southern border saw the highest rate of illegal encounters last month, December, blowing away previous statistics. Sources with Customs and Border said that migrant encounters hit a staggering 300,000 plus in the last month of 2023. I mean, we're talking numbers that were unimaginable just a few years ago. Between December 1 and December 31, more than 302,000 documented attempts to cross the southern border. These do not include the gotaways. These are documented. The highest total for a single month ever recorded. This is also the first time migrant encounters have exceeded the 300,000 mark. Again, we're in the fiscal new year. More than 785,000 encounters since the beginning of the fiscal year on October 1. So you've got October, November, December, 785,000, rapidly approaching the 1 million mark. the highest first quarter total ever recorded. There's your numbers. And yeah, why was it, or how was it, that the November numbers didn't come out all the way up till December the 29th? It took them, like they sat on this. They held it back. Yet the December numbers were able to be released on the first day of January. Record numbers. It is 844-844-3388. How do we start off a new year with our friend Eagle? Good morning, Eagle. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Steve. Okay, how you doing, brother? Hey, listen, Steve. Yeah, this is my first call of the year. It's a very important phone call I'm gonna make tonight. I've been waiting for this year for a long time, for 3 years now. 2024, when that clock struck 12 o'clock on Sunday night. The clock is ticking on America, Steve. The clock is ticking on America up to the November election. That's when America will be put to the test that we've never been put to, Steve. This is the last stand for America in November of 2024, brother. But let me say this right quick, Steve, before I get started on the immigration problem, because it's what you just gave the numbers. It's don't got worse since the last time I talked to you. And you probably wondering why I didn't get a chance to call in the last week of the year. And the reason why I've been telling you all year long that I had seen enough in Texas and that it was a final deal for me. But yeah, I finally made that move to Florida, Steve. It hurt me to leave Texas, because I grew up in Texas. Well, I've been living in Texas since 1980 when I was a kid. When I drove that moving truck out of the state line of Texas, it hurt me when I drove out of the state of Texas, headed to Florida, where I now reside at. But I just want to say this: Texas is still on my mind, and if we get a change in president in 2024, I probably will be making my move back to Florida because I'm a native Texan and proud of it. So, like I said, we'll see how it goes the next 11 months up to the election. But as a matter of fact, Steve, I'm gonna hold off on it. I want to talk about what has transpired since the last couple of weeks with Donald Trump's situation. We have judges all around America, Steve, that I never thought I would see this in my life. We got judges all around America that are breaking the law and trying to take Donald Trump off the ballot. Can you believe that, Steve, that Colorado, Maine, and California and some other states had a nerve to say that Donald Trump is not qualified to be on the ballot, but Joe Biden is? Did you just hear what I said, Steve?
Absolutely, yeah. California did not remove him, but Maine has. Yeah, Colorado was first. Maine has jumped on the bandwagon. I think they're still trying to get him removed in Michigan. I think it was declined the first time around, but they may be trying again. It's insanity.
Yeah, it's just, I never thought in my life, like I told you, Steve, we've been talking about Trump for 3 years now. I never thought that the Democrats or whoever these people are would take it to this level. They know that they can't beat Donald Trump at the ballot box. It's obvious that these people, if they held the election right now, they already gave you the numbers. Even the bogus CNN and Fox and all these other bogus news organizations, even they're saying that Donald Trump will win the election if the votes were taken right now. And so these people are desperate right now. The only way they see to stop Trump now, Steve, is to take his name off of the ballot or either put him in jail. So that's the reason why I say 24 is a very crucial year in America for Donald Trump and everything that's associated with America, because the future lies basically in his hands. Because you see what the current situation is with Joe Biden. He doesn't care about the United States border. Joe Biden was on vacation last week while hundreds of thousands of individuals literally walked into America, Steve. Literally people walking right into the state of Texas, which is the main reason why I got the hell out of there. People are literally walking into the state of Texas and doing whatever the hell they want to do, and nobody is trying to stop them. Greg Abbott has done everything he can. The Texas governor always. I hope that Donald Trump, he may consider him for being his vice president, or at least.
Well, hold that thought there, Eagle. We got to get our news break here as we hit bottom of the hour. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Another American youngster takes an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Lowe's scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. President Biden has reportedly been briefed on the recent clash in the Red Sea between U.S. Navy forces and attacking Houthi rebels. Helicopters had been launched from the USS Eisenhower and USS Gravely after they came under fire while responding to a distress call from a container ship. Israel pulling some troops back from the front lines in Gaza as that war rages on with Hamas. Israeli defense officials announced several thousand troops would be moved out of Gaza. Corey Myers, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, once again, it's 844-844-3388. Talking about the ballot issues, right? Obviously, the U.S. Supreme Court has no other choice than to decide whether Trump remains on ballots in these states trying to take him off, according to the legal experts this past day. Starting, of course, with Colorado's Supreme Court and then Maine's Secretary of State have determined Trump is ineligible to remain on their respective election ballot. The high courts in Michigan and Minnesota, meanwhile, allowed Trump to remain on those primary ballots. California's Secretary of State decided likewise last week. Trump's legal team is preparing to file the challenges to the Colorado and Maine decisions as soon as today, Tuesday, according to the New York Times. These various results likely mean the Supreme Court will rule one way or the other concerning ballot eligibility. Now, the Colorado case definitely increased the likelihood that the Supreme Court will intervene, according to a law professor at the University of Colorado. Now, he said it's true that the Supreme Court often takes up cases when there's a divide among the federal courts, but the same is not true when there's a divide among state Supreme Courts. That's especially true when, as is the case here, the cases are decided on state law grounds. Still, other legal experts agree that the high court will have to offer a ruling. Ultimately, this is just going to have to be decided by the Supreme Court. Ray Brescia of the Albany Law School said his thinking is in part due to the different procedural postures that the states have taken. Lawsuits seeking to remove Trump from the ballot have been filed in about 30 states. More than half of them have already been dismissed. Now, they added that there are active lawsuits in 14 actual states: Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, South Carolina, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all seeking to remove Trump ahead of their primaries. They all cite Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. That amendment that was cited in Colorado's Supreme Court ruling contains a clause that blocks anyone who has, quote, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the government from holding elected office if they've previously taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States. Now, one reason the Supreme Court's intervention is pretty much inevitable is the differing legal viewpoints about whether Trump's required to be found guilty of that crime of insurrection before he can be deemed constitutionally ineligible for actually having engaged in one. They said Trump's challengers have a higher burden than the former president when it comes to this ballot fight here. It's much harder for the people who want to keep the former president off the ballot to win before the Supreme Court than it is for people who want him to stay on it. This is a triple bank shot where you're sort of trying to jump the cue ball onto a neighboring table. I'm trying to use a billboard analogy, but billiards analogy. How long will it take for them to actually, weigh in here? I guess the paperwork has to be filed. But the time is ticking very rapidly because primaries, these various state primaries are just around the corner. All right, Eagle, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, Steve, before I get back to Trump's situation, I wanted to say this to you. First of all, it was you had a good year, great year in 2023 on the radio, internet, whatever you got going on, and hopefully 24 will be another great year for you and your show. You got new affiliates coming on in America, new people coming into your show. So hopefully you'll keep doing you always do a good job, and 24 will be a good year for you and all your listeners out there, and hopefully we can get a change in the White House because we damn sure need it. Now, here's the deal, Steve. These judges that have the gall and the nuts to try to take his name. First of all, Donald Trump, like you said, he has not been found guilty of insurrection against America. Until Donald Trump is found guilty of insurrection against America, no state should even think about taking his name off the ballot because they're wasting their time as well as Donald Trump's time. But here's the deal. You remember when you remember when Trump was in the White House, people were raising hell about Donald Trump putting those Supreme Court people in there. Well, now it might come back to be in Donald Trump's favor. Hopefully those Supreme Court justices, because that's probably where it's going to have to go to stop these losers from trying to take him off the ballot. They are going to side with Donald Trump because they know that what these people are doing is wrong. And I repeat myself for the Democrats that are listening to your show tonight. Until Donald Trump is indicted or is found guilty of insurrection, he is to remain on the ballot for president of America, as far as I'm concerned, and that's what the law says. So they can take him off the ballot any other state they want to. And here's what it boils down to, Steve. Most of the states that you just named are mainly Democrat-run states. Those are going to be the main states that try to take his name off the ballot, states that are run by Democrats, and they don't want to see Trump get in. So like I said before, it'll come down to the Supreme Court, and hopefully the Supreme Court will do the right thing and allow Donald Trump to be remain on the ballot because he deserves to be to remain on the ballot because he didn't do nothing wrong, as far as I'm concerned and a lot of other people concerned. Now, getting back to this situation with Joe Biden, Steve, this border crisis that, like I said before, I hated to leave the state of Texas, but I had seen enough. I've seen over the last 3 years that I've been talking to you. I asked how many 8 to 10 million people have literally walked into America in the last 3 years due to Joe Biden's stupidity. And he ain't doing nothing to stop it, Steve. They got video. I've told you about the buoys that Greg Abbott put in the water. The government, Joe Biden's people told him to take them out of the water. They couldn't do that. They told him to try to stop these individuals from coming in, putting fences up, barbed wire, the whole deal. The government said that's illegal too. You are not to stop the progress of these people. I've never seen nothing like it before in my life, Steve. You would think the government, if they cared about America, that they would want Greg Abbott or whoever down in Texas to do whatever they could to stop this deal. But they seem like they the opposite way. It seems like they want more individuals coming in, Steve. They're giving them bus tickets, plane tickets, food vouchers, credit cards, telephones, you name it. I've never seen nothing like this in my life, and I'm pretty sure you haven't either. It's just appalling what's going on in America right now. The founders of this country, Steve, as my grandfather used to say when I was a kid, they would turn over in their grave. The people that developed this country back in the 1780s, they would flip over in their grave if they saw what Joe Biden was doing right now. This is totally ridiculous what he got going on, Steve. He had the nerve to say last week that this Mayorkas and this press secretary still talking about they got the border control under control. Yet, like I told you, just over the last 2 weeks, over 10,000 people entered into the state of Texas on a daily basis. And now they got a caravan. Hopefully you can talk about that. They got a caravan rolling toward the U.S. right now with 30 to 40, 50,000 people walking their way right through Mexico to the U.S. border. And guess what, Joe Biden? Guess what Joe Biden gonna do about it, Steve? Nothing. Those people are walking right into the U.S. Unabated, with not being stopped whatsoever. And here's the sad part about it, Steve. By the time we got another year of this, because Joe Biden or Kamala is not going to do a damn thing about it. So by the time we get to the election in November, we could have another 500 to 1 million people in the U.S. illegally because anybody who thinks Biden's going to do anything in 24, because he damn sure ain't done nothing in the first 3 years, so what makes you think he's going to do something in 24? So we still got individuals walking into the U.S. as we speak right now, Steve. And just one other thing before I hang up with you, for those listeners out there who continue to say that there's no problem on the border, I want you to talk about this, Steve, the terrorist watch list. I think they said that 30 to 40 to 50 people over the last couple of weeks, people on the known terrorist watch list, have tried to make their way into the U.S., and I guess those people are just coming to the U.S. for a better life, too. They just coming to look for a job, right? Somebody that's on the terrorist list, they deserve an opportunity to live in America because they're only looking for a job. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yes, indeed. That is the fact. Yeah, they had Iranians on the known terror associates, terrorist individuals, apprehended. I think that was just over, but between Christmas and New Year. Can't recall the number, but yeah, they're coming. And all the experts, they will all say, we know there are terror cells already here in this country. Absolutely. About 16 before the hour. It is 844-3388. And we start a new year brain dead. Well, I guess for you it's a Friday, right?
Oh, yeah, buddy. I tell you what, I got plans this weekend. Oh, wait a minute. I got plans for the next 2 days. You know, I don't know if it was me or if it was just other people, but it didn't seem so much like the war zones like they have been in the past with the fireworks. Was it just me, or did you notice that too?
I don't know. As Pappy sent me the video, which I got to watch during the break, I heard a lot of what sounded like fireworks, but I didn't see anything going up in the air. It's just a lot of gunfights, a lot of gunshots.
No, that's normal around here, but I mean, normally where our little neighborhood is, it sounds like a war zone. I mean, literally, you know, that whole phrase, you know, gunshot or firework, the game gunshot or firework, that's legitimate around our neighborhood. But, yeah, you know, I must say, Alabama played a good game. I mean, if you lose by one score, one touchdown, that was a good game. You know, I mean, they just got beat by outplaying themselves. Same thing with Texas. Texas got outplayed. They lost by what 6 points?
Yeah.
I didn't catch the score because I'm busy out here doing that 4-letter word. But see, here's the thing, though. I would rather have watched those games than the Tennessee game today. See, Tennessee went up against the Hawkeyes from some Iowa State, and they were saying, you know, that they got the best ranked defense in football and this, that, and the other. Okay, if they got the best ranked defense in football, how come an 8-4 Tennessee team with a freshman starter stomped your butt 35-0? I didn't stutter. 35-0.
I saw that score. Yeah, surprise, surprise, huh?
Because literally, me and the Dinghy one there, or should I say DA one there? I'll get to that in a second. We were watching the first half of the football game when we went to the halftime. It was like 14-0, and I'm like, you know what? I'll watch a little bit more before I go to bed. It wound up being 21-0. I said, you know what? Bye, bedtime. You know, good night. But speaking of DAs, Steve. Speaking of DAs, now I know you hadn't been on since Christmas. I tell you what, Steve, I don't know what to do with her anymore. Our union hall was having a Christmas party that Saturday night, and I'm like, you know what? I'll get up a little early, you know, go down to the Christmas party. Yeah, Miss Thing there decided to go ahead and make the painted concrete surface her new friend outside the facility.
Very interesting.
She's okay. She's okay and all. She went to the ER and got checked out and all that. Went back to work a few days later, but still, you know, Steve, if she's directionally challenged, when you're walking to the door is ahead, not down. I mean, come on, but no, we had fun. But no, we had fun. We I don't know if you saw it or not, but we rigged 3 presents that we, the box inside of a box inside of a box.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the most memorable moments, was seeing my cousin's daughter open her gift up and seeing the gorilla tape. And now, mind you, she's a younger lady. She had both of her legs amputated from the knee, just above the knee down. So she's using my razor knife, cutting the gorilla tape to get in the box. And her mom says, "Be careful and don't stab yourself, sweetie." She goes, "I wouldn't feel nothing." So, but we had, like I said, it was very memorable, very, very memorable. And we're looking forward to seeing what this year holds. I mean, we had a rough year last year with Yellow Freight closing.
Yep.
And seeing what all the mess is going to happen this year. I know the courts are going to be opening up today, and it's going to be a fun ride to see what's going to happen. I mean, honestly, did anybody think this time last year that Yellow Freight was going to close? I had a little bit of an inkling and a warning sign, but not as much as it was, say, come around June. But we still recovered. There was a buddy of mine I saw at the Union Hall Christmas party. He's still out of work. 56 years old, was with the company 20-something years, and nobody wants to hire him.
Wow.
And I know I talked about this in the past to a few people I know. They're like, well, these companies, they want the younger generation. They want the younger people. Okay, well, at what point do you stop going, the younger generation does not want to work if you staple a job to their hand and get some of the experienced guys on here? I mean, the reason Kroger loves me running this city is because I can literally close my eyes and picture how to go with the truck. I can get from the warehouse to this store quicker than the guy that left me 10 minutes before. You can't get that from these new guys. The only thing they care about is that GPS. And that's where experience comes from.
Mm-hmm.
But these companies, they don't want to use the experienced drivers to show these new drivers, hey, here's a route you can go with the truck and cut 2 or 3 minutes off your time. Or go this way, it'll be a little bit more quicker than the way your GPS tells you.
Sure.
But anyway, before I forget, Steve, now you know that Gilligan fella called you in from that Christmas party. Remember that?
Yeah, you were stirring up all kind of trouble.
Wait. Oh, no. I'm here to set the record straight, Steve. See, Gilla Claus was not there, okay? He actually called Gorilla Claus. John the Monkey's uncle, Gorilla Claus, was there. Now, while Dingbat was up on the table, Steve, this poor guy had some sort of fleas or something because he was pulling his hair out by the root. We were thinking marriage, but, that happens to everybody, right? So he's sitting there shedding, and Dingbat jumped on the table, thought she saw a tarantula, Steve. I mean, it's not hard to make the correlation here, being somebody who's dingbat enough who can fall on concrete. But anyway, so we found out it was just a bunch of fleas. Anyway, and yes, of course, me and old Rambler were up there. Anytime Tennessee and Alabama get together, we're going to light it up. And of course, the ice was melting because he did not use proper ice. He used the yellow ice, if you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But see, here's the other thing too, Steve. Now, the other thing he didn't tell you was GMAB Enterprises has started their own sports book. You know what those are, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Blind Man was taking all the bets and making a boatload of money off of us. And see, Steve, here's the thing now. And I know Gilligan's going to listen to the podcast probably. I don't know. But if he does, I want my three easy payments in 1995 back because I won the match against Rambler. I mean, Brammer didn't have much of a prayer, but still, I mean, I want my money back, you know. Otherwise, you know, we got to get Vito and Guido to cut him down a couple of pegs, right?
3 easy payments in 1995, right? Thank you. Happy New Year, Brain Dead. Speaking, hey, Dingbat did chime in here a couple hours ago. She was on our lunch break, apparently. Checking in on the lunch break, and it is slow tonight, as she put it. Just bringing in one crew at a time. Anyway, hope you had a great Christmas and New Year's. And how many days till Christmas? All right, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year, Dingbat. Rick in Columbus, Happy New Year to you as well. Gary did check in a bit ago. Hello, Rubber Duck, what do you say? He said, so if they can take Trump off the ballot, which is violating our rights to a free election, why can't we all get together and sue the states ourselves? Right? Anyway, Rubber Duck, good to hear from you. Speaking of which, I actually got an email from a gentleman. I think I have it right here. Let's see. Yeah. It says, hello, Steve. Met you in Louisville. Didn't live too far from you outside of Ross, but we talked outside for a little bit, you and me and Kyle. Let's see. I'm looking to get a hold of Rubber Duck since I'm in the car hauling business and looking for a driver. I was just curious if he might be interested. If there's any way you could pass my number on to him, I'd appreciate it. So I've got that number for you, Rubber Duck. If you're interested in giving him a call, I'll hold on to that email, and there you go. We'll return after this. You know what? We'll take it to the top of the hour. Real quick, let's see. We saw over between Christmas and the New Year, UPS announcing they're going to be laying off workers at a Louisville facility this year. The local chapter of the Teamsters Union said there's still a lot of unknowns at this point in time. Thursday, UPS said they'd be eliminating the day shift sort at the Louisville Centennial Ground Hub in February of this year due to low package volume. In a statement Friday, the Teamsters Local 89 said it's not clear how exactly UPS plans to accomplish the closing, but they're actively investigating the situation, planning to meet with UPS labor management soon to discuss the company's plans. As always, we intend to enforce our contract that ensure all of our members' contractual and legal rights are respected. Now, UPS didn't disclose how many people would lose their jobs. However, a spokesperson said it would affect a relatively small portion of the overall workforce. According to Local 89, the union does not expect this closure to have a major impact on their membership beyond shift and schedule changes, they said. The LCH day shift sort is a relatively small operation. Most or all of its volume can likely be absorbed by the other larger LCH shorts, according to the union. But they said that we are still investigating precisely what effects this may have on LCH Teamsters. Now, the company said some employees will have the opportunity to be reassigned to other positions. Again, so no numbers. I guess that all just kind of came out over the weekend. UPS said the layoffs are not related to the unionization effort by some administrative and specialist employees earlier in the month. UPS, of course, and Teamsters reached that last-minute agreement to avoid a strike after 35 workers who were let go were later reinstated. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Another American youth took an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Lowe's was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. It's similar to what happened to a 6-year-old boy last month around Christmas who took a Spirit Airlines flight from Philadelphia to Fort Myers, Florida, when he had intended to travel to see his grandmother in Orlando. President Biden reportedly being briefed on the recent clash in the Red Sea between U.S. Navy forces and attacking Houthi rebels.
In the encounter, the Pentagon says U.S. helicopters sunk 3 attack boats with armed pirates on board. The helicopters had been launched from the USS Eisenhower and USS Gravely after they came under fire while responding to a distress call from a container ship early Sunday. There were no U.S. casualties. Houthi rebels inside Yemen have been ramping up attacks on international shipping for weeks now in response to the war between Israel and Hamas. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Israel pulling back some troops from the front lines in Gaza as war rages on with Hamas. Israeli defense officials announced several thousand troops, making up 5 combat brigades, would be moved out of Gaza for training and rest. The troop drawdown comes just after Israel's top ally, the U.S., approved $147 million in new weapons and equipment aid, notably without congressional approval in Washington. On Sunday, Israel's defense chief said it would still be a long fight ahead. Israel's troops now moving into southern Gaza's largest city. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The box office numbers are out for the New Year's weekend, and the two movies from last week have traded places on the list. Wonka coming in first, taking in $24 million, and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom coming in second with $19.5 million. Migration held the third spot, and The Color Purple came in fourth. President Biden says his New Year's resolution is to be back next year. Biden gave that response Saturday while joking with reporters covering his family vacation in the Virgin Islands. Georgia crushed Florida State in the Orange Bowl Saturday in what's being called the biggest blowout in college bowl game history. The number 6 Bulldogs gave a relentless beating to the 4th-ranked Seminoles, 63-3 at the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. The 60-point margin beat Georgia's own record set in last year's college football championship when they clobbered TCU by 58 points. Saturday's blowout was also the worst loss ever for Florida State. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has a new side hustle, sort of. The actor and wrestler, now a partner, along with other XFL owners, in the United Football League. The XFL has now merged with the USFL and plan to announce the teams and cities they'll be in at a later date. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Underway on that final hour as we get the new year starting. Actually, second day of January. Hope you enjoyed that New Year's weekend. Well, going back to, it was actually Christmas Day. A car accident on Christmas Day, causing a fire that required 4 tankers, over 10 rescue organizations, and 36,000 gallons of water to put out. The catch is not a single drop of gasoline was involved. According to WIAT television, authorities in Pine Level, Alabama, had such trouble putting out a fire caused by a Tesla involved in an accident on I-65. The department said they were dispatched to a single vehicle accident at about 11:15 p.m. on Christmas Day. 911 advised our units that an electric vehicle was involved. Assistance was immediately requested from Marbury, Booth, Independence, White City, Old Kingston, and Verbena fire departments, along with the Haynes Ambulance, Otauga County EMA, Alabama DOT, and the Otauga County Sheriff's Office. When the first engine arrived, they found a Tesla Model Y fully involved in fire. It was determined the driver was uninjured, had escaped the vehicle before the fire department arrived. Thanks to the process known as thermal runaway, which causes lithium-ion batteries to reach incredible temperatures. 36,000 gallons were needed to put the fire out. Now, for comparison, a normal automobile fire with the internal combustion engine typically takes about 500 gallons. 36,000 gallons. Now, this was a first for this particular county, Autauga County. Electric vehicle fires are unusual and present unique challenges and dangers to firefighters. These vehicles can reignite hours or even days after they're first extinguished, burning at temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Celsius. The smoke from these burning electric cars produces hydrogen fluoride and hydrogen chloride gases, both of which are toxic to breathe and requires firefighters to wear breathing apparatus. The driver was taken into police custody, according to a CNBC report from January of 22. They said while electric vehicle fires don't happen often, they're much more dangerous because of the threat of thermal runaway. Yeah, we're still trying to catch up on all this stuff, but it changes almost every day. What's worse is that authorities don't often have the training to put the fires out. A lot of the times, firefighters and fire agencies are just expected to kind of figure it out. CNBC reported Tesla recently announced that they're going to be switching from lithium-ion battery cells to lithium iron phosphate batteries. LFP, as in Frank, LFP. Other major automakers, including Ford and VW, are also substituting LFPs for the nickel or cobalt formulations used in some of their electric vehicles. Now, even if that were to happen today, and it's not going to, that there's still over 2.4 million electric vehicles on the road at this moment that pose a grave fire risk. Now, this, while it may have been a first for this particular county in Alabama, odds are it won't be their last. And they'll have to deal with an electric vehicle fire that they're not necessarily prepared to tackle. And they're hardly alone all over the country. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here. Happy New Year, pup.
Hey, how you doing, big buddy?
Back at it for a new year.
I was going to say, last week we was scratching our butts and calling each other all day going week. But, hey, did you get what you wanted for Christmas?
Everything I wanted, yeah, which wasn't much.
Yep. Nah, I was happy. The kids got me a old-style milkshake machine.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Put the old tin cup in there and make your own milkshake.
Absolutely.
and your app sounds great tonight.
Got it figured out,
I
pup.
got to agree with Pappy on that one. Yep.
Finally.
And, yeah. And then I had to go and buy myself a new pickup truck for Christmas.
Oh. Now,
we got a new horse in the barn.
So is that a new used pickup, or you don't buy like brand new off the lot?
Yeah. Hell no, I wouldn't. No, it's a 2019
okay.
GMC, and I wouldn't buy nothing brand spanking new, but this sucker here's clean as a whistle. So, but no, I was gonna give you compliments on the app and. Sounds great, and one thing that I don't, and I very seldom don't ever agree or with Pappy, but
since we're not allowed to carry those guns in our trucks, the semis, or into a factory and stuff, if the vehicle's locked and you've got a gun in the truck, then I don't see how the owner's responsible if that gets broke into. So I don't understand that law, because they passed a law, and I believe it's in Ohio and Indiana, that is your personal property, even though it's on their lot and stuff. Now if you take a gun and you park it like in a shopping mall or something, then I don't know that, because you can't carry the gun in there. But all these other bad guys know that there's going to be, hey, there's nobody carrying a gun. Well, I don't know. But no, we had a great weekend and everything. What was your big Christmas gift?
I guess the biggest was my snow broom, which I don't want. I don't want to have to use it, but it's good to have handy, because it beats having to break out the shovel and use your elbow grease. Yeah.
I heard that. So, there is one thing I was going to bring to your attention. Last Tuesday or Wednesday, there was a brief filed with the Supreme Court, so that put a stay to the Colorado deal. And I'm not sure about this Maine deal, but you were right. They're going to have to make a decision on this, and hopefully the Supreme Court goes in the right way, which they should. It should be a 9-0 thing, but you know how that works. But that's about as far as I'm going to go into politics today and stuff. But no, I'm glad you're back on the air. The app sounds great, and I hope everybody had a great, wonderful Christmas and New Year's, and we'll be out here listening, Steve, so thank you for all you do.
Hey, all right, good to have you back, and another, hard to believe, another year underway already. I just shared the story about the electric vehicle fires, which, that's... When they say it doesn't happen very often, you just look at what is the percentage of EVs that are out there on the road? Minuscule compared to the internal combustion engine, just based on the sheer numbers. Something else I've been shot. Did I share this Friday, but before Christmas there? We were talking about the used electric vehicle market. Who's going to want to buy an EV that's 5, 6, 7 years old, knowing that the life expectancy of that battery, which may run you $15,000, $18,000, is only somewhere in the 8 to 10 year range? Remember that? Right as we kicked off the holiday weekend, I came across a story which says it's a problem that has begun elsewhere around the world, but now spreading to the U.S. The market for used electric vehicles is plummeting. What are all these car rental companies going to do with the used ones? Problems that started in China have now spread to Europe and the United States. The subsidy-fueled boom helped build China into the electric car giant, but now is leaving weed-infested lots across the nation brimming with unwanted battery-powered vehicles. On the outskirts of one Chinese city, a small, dilapidated temple overlooks the proverbial graveyard of sorts. Fields where hundreds upon hundreds of electric cars have been abandoned among the weeds and the garbage. Similar pools of unwanted battery-powered vehicles have sprouted up in at least another half dozen cities across China, Yeah, some cars have been left for so long that plants are actually sprouting from their trunks. Others were discarded in such a hurry that fluffy toys still sit on the dashboards. Those cars likely deserted after the ride-hailing companies that owned them either failed or because they were about to become obsolete. As the automakers rolled out electric vehicle after electric vehicle with better features and longer driving ranges. And the problems are spreading. Electric vehicle graveyards are the result, they say, of unconstrained capitalism. Mercy. The Chinese government literally forced people to buy the damn things. And this administration, Joe Biden, is trying to do the same here. Yeah, there was an article from back in August, and we flash forward to December of 23. Let's see how things are going in Europe. No one wants used electric vehicles. What started in China is not limited to China. This was a Bloomberg article entitled, "No One Wants Used EVs, Making New Ones a Tougher Sell as Well." Because most new vehicles in Europe are sold via leases. Automakers and dealers who finance these transactions are trying to recover losses from the plummeting values by raising borrowing costs. That's hitting demand in some European markets that were in the vanguard of that shift away from fossil fuel propulsion. Some of the biggest buyers of the new cars, including rental firms, are cutting back on electric vehicle adoption because they're losing money on resales. Those problems are expected to intensify in the new year when many of the 1.2 million EVs sold in Europe in 21 will come off their 3-year leasing contracts, entering the second-hand market. How companies tackle this problem, that's going to be key for their bottom lines, consumer confidence, and ultimately decarbonization, including the EU's plan to phase out sales of new fuel-burning cars by the year 2035. There isn't a used car demand for electric vehicles. That was the quote from Toyota Motor Corporation's chief operating officer in Europe. That's really hurting the cost of ownership. You have to slash prices significantly just to get consumers to look at electric vehicles. The guy who heads up a group representing Volkswagen and Audi dealers in Europe. Obviously, in this country, we know Biden is struggling to convince people to buy electric vehicles, where only 12% in this country say they would seriously even consider purchasing one. They went through some of the headline stories over the past year. April of 23, Biden struggles to convince people to buy EVs. July of last summer, despite huge incentives, supplies of electric vehicles on dealer lots soars. August of 23, clean energy exploitations and the death spiral of the auto industry. October of 2023, the headline, "Wake up, Mr. President, consumers don't want electric vehicles." That's where we stand.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration detergents. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, get a load of this. We may learn a few things in the early days of 24. To be a bit more specific, one thing we may learn are some of the names associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Reports over the weekend said former President Bill Clinton will be identified as John Doe number 36 in a trove of court documents related to the Epstein case that are going to be released this week. According to the ABC News report, Clinton is mentioned more than 50 times across redacted documents related to a 2015 lawsuit from one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Giuffre. Many of the references to Clinton are believed to stem from Giuffre's attempts to compel the former president to testify against the late sex offender and his former paramour and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. Other Clinton mentions expected to be related to attempts from both Maxwell and Giuffre to make Epstein come clean in 2016 after he repeatedly invoked his Fifth Amendment rights during a deposition in that lawsuit. Now, ABC says the documents are not expected to implicate Clinton in any illegal activity. But ultimately, the names of more than 170 people known only as John and Jane Does previously with ties to Epstein are expected to be revealed in the documents this week, unsealed in the new year. Obviously, because the New Year Day holiday on Monday, the documents are expected to begin being released today, January 2nd. Several people identified in the documents have already had their association with Epstein or his sex trafficking ring exposed. Many accusers and alleged victims are expected to be named, along with people who worked for Epstein over the years, maybe were a part of his inner circle or participated in some of those crimes. One such individual includes Prince Andrew, who Giuffre was allegedly told to have sex with by Maxwell and Epstein on numerous occasions. Some of the documents are expected to include testimony from a woman known as Jane Doe 162, who testified about being with Prince Andrew at a 2001 party at Epstein's New York City townhouse, where Giuffre, who was then 17, alleged she was told to have sex with him. The British royal has denied the allegations and claimed he never met Giuffre, even though photos emerged showing the two together. He eventually settled out of court, a lawsuit brought by Giuffre. Now, we know Clinton, who was photographed with Epstein and flew on his private jet on numerous occasions, has also denied having any sort of nefarious connections with the sex offender. But many names supposedly to be unveiled, again, starting today. Nothing to see here, though, all right? About a minute before news break, we'll get back to the calls here. Scarecrow checks in for the first time in a new year. Eagle has something to add on this morning. Coming up, we'll explain. I caught a couple of posts via social media over the weekend, and I wasn't really understanding what it was. Somebody was saying that Mike DeWine has gone to the dark side, the Ohio governor. I found, obviously, what they were talking about is even former President Donald Trump said he's finished associating with Ohio Governor Mike DeWine after DeWine vetoed a state bill that was seeking to ban transgender surgeries on minors. Why would DeWine do such a thing? Yeah, we'll give you more on that story, as I said, coming up here. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, the president expressed optimism, stating that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the U.S. is in a better position than any country in the world to lead the world. The conflict between Israel and Hamas persisting in the Gaza Strip, an Israeli forces spokesperson has indicated that the military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 Monday morning. The U.S. Geological Survey stated that the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in Los Angeles County. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you, and in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I'm not exactly sure right off the top of my head. I think Mike DeWine, as governor of Ohio, was term limited. So can't run again. How much that might have to do with it, I would say probably a lot. But Trump says he's done. I'm finished associating with this guy. Quote, DeWine has fallen to the radical left. No wonder he gets loudly booed in Ohio every time I introduce him at rallies. But I won't be introducing him anymore. I'm finished with this stiff. What was he thinking? Now, the legislation he's talking about, the bill would have stopped what they call child mutilization and prevented men from playing in women's sports. The legislature will hopefully overturn this. Trump posted over the weekend, do it fast. House Bill 68, or what was known as the SAFE Act, Saving Ohio Adolescents from Experimentation, would ban physicians from conducting gender reassignment surgeries on minors. They would also be barred from prescribing puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones to children. Courts would be prohibited from restricting parental rights to raise children per their biological sex. The bill also prevented educational institutions from allowing males to take part in female sports in high schools and colleges. Now, DeWine announced he was going to veto the bill during a Friday press conference, December the 29th, stating that the decision was taken after consulting with families and children's hospitals, he said. Were I to sign House Bill 68, or were House Bill 68 become law, Ohio would be saying that the government knows better what is medically best for a child than the two people who love that child the most, a.k.a. the parents, he said. So DeWine has thus become only one of two Republican governors who have vetoed bills seeking to restrict gender treatments for children. This is not for adults. This is for people under the age of 18. Back in 21, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson vetoed a bill that would have criminalized such treatments. The Ohio Senate had earlier approved the legislation on December 13. Both President Trump and Mr. DeWine have actually backed each other in various elections. DeWine supported Trump in 2016 and 2020. Trump endorsed DeWine for his two gubernatorial races, 2018 and 22. And that's why I say I think that there's a two-term limit for governors in Ohio. Now, the last time the two shared a stage together was before Election Day 22, when Trump actually came to Ohio extending support for Senator J.D. Vance's Senate run. Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis asked the Ohio legislature to override the veto done by what he said was Trump-endorsed Governor DeWine. Girls should be able to compete with fairness and integrity in sports. These procedures are irreversible and should not be allowed, period, he said in a post over the weekend. So Trump immediately disassociating himself with DeWine, but yeah, that's where we stand. It's America today, right? I mean, we hear these stories of 14, 15, 16, children who are still developing mentally, trying to make these life-altering decisions that are irreversible. At least, let them wait till they're considered an adult at the age of 18 to be performing these kind of surgeries. There are cases where young people have done these things and come back to say they fully regret ever making that decision. Meanwhile, Scarecrow, Happy New Year.
We do have a new year, don't we?
Yes, sir.
2024. Oh, campaign 24, Steve. That should scare everybody. Steve, you're going to want to get your recycling bin ready and place it conveniently between your mailbox and your door.
Yeah.
Because
campaign ads.
Think about the past. Think about the crap that appears in the mailbox for the next 11 months, and that's every level from your school board right on up to the White House.
Yep.
Oh, but that's a whole nother issue. We'll have time to talk about that down the road. Steve, I too wanted to thank you, tip my hat to both yourself, and as I understand, Horse Feathers may have had a little something to do with getting this volume thing figured out on the app here. Now, if kudos are being misdirected to the inappropriate direction, I apologize, and you correct me, and I'll certainly take action to correct it. But no, it was mid last week he had mentioned that the two of you had maybe I don't know if you actually brainstormed or whatnot, but you kind of figured out what the issue was anyway, and so
we held a little test session on Friday before Christmas, and lo and behold, he said it's working.
Well done. Either way, I mentioned before before I had to run on the 1 to 30 scale, I had to run my volume right at about 25 to 30 just to be able to hear you over road noise and such. But Steve, right now, I am sitting on 16 on that same scale, and at full road speed, full road noise, and no, you guys nailed it. Well done. Yeah, Pup was right there though. Last week was a strange kind of week. You run the best of programs or repeats. Well, it's funny. There was one that I apparently had missed. So it was a new program to me, and more than once I wanted to call in and talk to somebody about it. But no, it was a different thing. Yeah, he was right. But anyway, what else took place last week here? And I guess we can talk about world issues. We'll talk about local issues on our end of things. You talked about the car fire, autonomous vehicles and such, battery powered. Well, we had a fire up our way about a week and a half back. It was a Walmart over in Sparta, Wisconsin. That's only about 25 miles east of La Crosse. And I've heard two versions of it. For about the first week, there was a 17-year-old high school girl that worked at Walmart part-time, and she was disgruntled about something, and so she set some linens and such on fire, and to the tune of about, it was over $7 million plus in damage. And at last I heard, now somebody said she was maybe a little challenged, that's the polite way to say it, and the damage was now $10 million or such. But the fire itself didn't, I don't think, did that much damage. But the smoke and water, that everything is probably damaged to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, have you ever thought of yourself as being a college chancellor by any chance? If the opportunity would come along?
I can't say that I have. No, why do you ask?
Well, I could see about getting you an application if you're interested. We came out within the last week. The chancellor up at the UW La Crosse seems that he and his bride have been making XXX videos and posting them for the general public. And apparently the Board of Regents and all don't feel that's appropriate for a person of his stature.
You think?
So he's on the outside looking in right now. Now, there's probably going to be, there'll be legal challenges or what to the First Amendment, but I'm sure there's clauses in his contract that would say that's probably not appropriate for what we expect of our leaders of this institution. So yeah, that's created a lot of smiles and grins on a lot of faces in our area and joking. And I know darn well for a fact, those that are on the outside that are probably pointing fingers at him are probably the ones that are looking the hardest trying to find these videos online just to say, yes, I was right. I told you so. It was disgusting, but excuse me. But yeah, there was that on our level. 2024. I've told you before, don't blink. The year's going to shoot by, and we'll be talking about Christmas 24 before you know it.
Yes, sir.
And anyway, kind of interesting in the world of autonomous vehicles. Now, this is not totally autonomous as we are thinking of it, but my youngest there, I've shared before, he's heavily involved in the mining industry, manufacture of equipment and such. And he was up over the weekend relating how some of the mines in their circle of clientele, the mining trucks, they are, for the most part, autonomous now. They, especially really big up in the oil sands up in Alberta and such, that what they've done, they've erected power lines, kind of like a trolley, or the high-speed bullet trains and whatnot. They have that too. Overhead power, electric lines over the mining roads and such, and they have kind of a trapezoid type apparatus like an electric train would have mounted above the cab. And now there's no doubt has to be a physical operator, to line it up with the shovels and likewise, dump it, at the processing facility. But these trucks, they are running by themselves, and like the son said, if they're saving 150, 200,000, in labor, just on a single truck, well, you add 15, 20 trucks to the circle. I can see the push in the Class 8 equipment, as we've been talking about for months and such now too, Wade. Not that it's going to happen on our end, but it's happening in the private sector and all. And beyond that, no, the weekend, this past weekend, and likewise the Christmas weekend came and went in fine fashion and good friends. You know, the kids, kids came both weekends to be with us. There was, trying to think, there was some other little thing here, but I guess that's going to have to be saved for later. That right now, Steve, now you're all up to date. Although the question is going to be, have the Christmas lights come down yet?
Not a one. Not yet.
The pressure was on for how many weeks for you to get those lights
up there.
Now the pressure's going to be on for you. Get them down, or there's that option of leaving them up year-round. Think about that. So.
Oh, boy.
All right.
I'm looking at the forecast. We have been kind of blessed with, days that haven't been that cold for, wintertime. And those days will be waning. We start heading into the coldest weeks and months of the year, January, February. I need to take advantage before we get a bunch of snow on the roof. Not a good idea to get on the roof when you get 3-4 inches of snow on the roof, right? You know what I'm saying? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, head down the home stretch here on a Tuesday. Happy New Year. What's up, yo?
What's up, yo? Happy New Year. Hey, although I wouldn't do it myself, I don't have a problem with DeWine's decision. Like, what's the problem if a coal miner wants to get a sex change?
Well, I don't know. The question is, the coal miner 16 or 18 and above?
You said miners, right?
Oh, miner. Okay, a coal miner.
You're not just talking about coal miners.
I get you. You're a dumbass.
Start the year off right. How was your weekend? Did you blow up your backyard?
No fireworks. No, we don't do the New Year fireworks. Just the 4th of July. But yeah, we just kind of ring in the new year, right. Bang some pots and pans together, you know.
Yeah, my son-in-law, I don't even know how they afford it. It's become a thing. They do fireworks for every holiday.
So we had Thanksgiving fireworks and Christmas fireworks.
Really?
They do birthday fireworks, and I think they're worse than you. I really do. They get them big boxes, mortars, and set them off. And sometimes we have to get buckets of water out of the pool to put them out. Did you ever have that they flame up after you're done with them?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, 4th of July, we normally get the long hose and drag it out there to the curb and make sure that we douse them with water. That's how Big Ed's brother, I believe it was his brother, family, that burned their damn house down 4th of July of 22.
Big Ed's brother?
They had done all
their... Is that what you said?
Yeah, because Big Ed lives like right next door, and I guess midnight hour rolled around. They had picked up all them cakes and whatnot, put them in the garbage can, and put the garbage can back there by the side of the house, and the damn things flared up several hours later.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, my son-in-law, he gets them, if you can picture, like a case of whiskey, they're boxes, and one lights the next one. I guess is how it works. And the show was done, and we went in the house and stuff, and I looked out the sliding screen door there, and it was all flamed up, and the grass around it was burning, and now it's just a regular habit. We dump buckets of water on them, but I guess that can be real dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm making. I worked Black Friday, and with the exception of that, I signed up to work New Year's Day, which only came out at 10:30 last night. But as long as you punch in on the day, you get double time. So I was like, why the heck not? Get a few hours sleep and come out. And this is the most money I ever made in trucking. At Yellow, we got paid by the mile, and if you had, everybody worked these holidays except for Christmas, and if you had enough seniority, you could sign up to not work. And if you did work, all they did is gave you 2 hours pay, on top of your mileage, so at 20, that was $52. So here is the complete opposite. Everybody's off on the holiday. You sign up to work. So, full rate's $45 an hour. That's $90 an hour. But I'm making $73 an hour, coming in at 10:30 last night. And Black Friday, I made $850 in one day. So
not bad.
With the exception of Christmas, I'm kind of attracted to coming out for these holidays. I went to Bound Brook, New Jersey, and I can, when I get back, I can stop at 8 hours. That's $600, but I could run a rail, work another couple and add $150 to it. But yeah, I'm real happy here. I wish I did it earlier in my life, but I brought it up over the years. I've been calling you about 18 years. And I always had a beef with UPS about the military haircut and clean shaven. And that's why I never came here. And then they got rid of that. And, of course, I had this foresight to know Yellow was going to go under and, jumped into this opportunity before they did.
Mm-hmm.
But I always encouraged anybody that was getting in the truck and get your year or two accident free and get the parcel as soon as you can. You had the topic, what the best way to get paid, mileage, what's the other
percentage.
Way? Like a percentage or hourly. I'm just 100% hourly. It don't matter if you're in a traffic jam or a breakdown or the shop or what you get into. You're just you're compensated for every minute you're out here. But But yeah, things are going good. I'm real happy with the job here, and it's kind of a crazy year. I had 30 years in at Yellow, and I knew it was going to end. And I had 6 weeks vacation, 3 sick days, and 5 personal. So it's hard to lose that. But job wise and pay wise, I'm real happy here.
Well, I mean, you look at what your alternative would have been if you would have, been like some and said, "Oh, it'll be okay. We'll ride it out." And you may not be in quite the position you're in, if you know what I mean. Hey, good to hear from you, Spaceman. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. But we've got to close things out there as we wind it down on a Tuesday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but